Well, good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's overcast right now, and we've got 45. The forecast is coming up in just a couple of moments. Metro police have identified the man killed in a shooting at an Antioch shopping center yesterday. Harong Ju was the owner of Hot Stuff Spicy Chicken. And after being shot, police say his car accelerated into a nearby dentist office. Juwan Mayat, make that as a former employee, and he spoke with Channel 4.
He was a really good guy. He was always nice, always giving. He didn't seem like the type of guy to have people that didn't like him. Like, it was a lot of, he was always to himself, and he never really bothered anybody. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess.
Police are working to determine if the restaurant owner was targeted or simply caught in the crossfire. A fatal car crash that shut down Highway 70 in Benton County has also caused a water main break. Well, now we're learning that schools there are closed today because there is no water. The crash happened around 7 o'clock last night, and the roadway was scheduled to be closed through this morning. A member of the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua is among 4 people charged with sex trafficking in Chattanooga.
Investigators identified 30-year-old Audevis Rodriguez Carmona as a known member of the gang. Authorities say he was traveling through Chattanooga after being in Georgia 2 days prior to the November 18th arrests. He's suspected of committing violent crimes in Chicago and New York City. At last check, he was in the Hamilton County Jail in Chattanooga on a $125,000 bond. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Richard Cantu.
Stocks opened the holiday week with a solid rally, with the Dow ending up 440 points, the S&P closing up 18, and the Nasdaq gaining 51. Macy's reported larger than expected sales in its third quarter, but investors will have to wait a little longer for their full earnings report. The company pushed the release date to December 11th after they discovered an employee intentionally hid around $154 million in expenses over the past several years. If the incoming Trump administration eliminates a federal tax credit for people who buy electric cars, California Governor Gavin Newsom proposed that the state could offer its own rebates in its place. Popular skincare brand Drunk Elephant issued a voluntary recall for 3 products, including their Lala Retro whipped cream, after a reported ingredient mix-up during production.
That sounds like quite a cream. The markets this morning are higher, but just by a bit. The Dow futures up 10 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, no problems heading in so far this morning. Things are looking good on 24, but you can expect for traffic to start to back up around the airport area. You may need some extra time as you're heading out. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Joan Jones and John DeBee. It is so nice to be back in the studio with you two, and good morning to you. Big day yesterday, incredible numbers. Just very quickly, another record-breaking year. You know how many meals listeners to WTN and our great sponsors purchased yesterday? 101,000 meals. 101,204 meals.
Nice.
The total dollar amount, I am shocked by this. And very little shocks me anymore. But $288,000.
Wow.
Is how much was. It's amazing.
Especially with this economy.
But see, I think that's why people donated.
I think you're
actually,
right.
And I think that there's a lot of hope for the rescue mission. I think there's a lot of hope moving forward, heading into the new year. Obviously, with Donald Trump and a new president coming in, I think that our audience, most certainly, and America, quite frankly, is very hopeful heading into 2025. And so, but just
celebratory.
It is celebratory.
Yeah.
So we're going to celebrate, I guess, by moving on. I don't. It's a great day for WTN. It really is. I don't know what else to say about it. I feel like we left everything on the field yesterday. Just a big thank you to everyone involved, from again our advertisers to the folks that donated. Brian Wilson, Chris Hand, Matt Murphy, Chad Benson. Everybody did such a terrific job yesterday, and I just could not be happier, and I'm just filled with gratitude this morning and a lot of Space Cowboy coffee.
Well, and think of all the people it's going to help, too. That is truly remarkable.
Absolutely. And, you know what I do every year? I hate this about myself. How the heck are we going to top this next year? Because, I said that last year. Because remember, last year was another record-breaking year, right? So last year was I don't know. Yeah, you weren't with us at that time, Joan, but last year was a record-breaking year. And so last year, I think I said to Johnny, you and Ken, I said, how in the world are we going to top this next year? So here we are the very next year, and we topped it by a couple $20,000-ish dollars. So just, again, a great day for Nashville's Rescue Mission yesterday. Thanks to everybody who donated. As a matter of fact, I got here especially early to produce the official promotional announcement.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's Rescue Mission, providing more than a meal.
So there you go. The official promo that you, by the end of the day, no doubt, will be really sick and tired of hearing. Sorry. I sure missed you two yesterday. I don't realize how much I miss you two until, I'm out of the studio. So I'm so glad to be back.
Well, we missed you as well.
Yeah.
Well, very good. I didn't bring you anything back, though.
Well,
except for my wonderful presence.
That's enough.
Anyway, moving on.
For who?
What?
Sorry.
What did you say?
I said for who?
Oh, I'm going to just... Whatever. You know what? I retract everything I said about being glad to be back.
Yeah. And missing us and all that. Yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Fake news.
Yeah.
What that was, fake news. Not fake news. This is actually very big news. You know, Robbie Starbuck is a friend of the show. And you know what's so funny is I've spoken to Robbie on the radio so many different times. Never actually met him. I was at the one and only Republican function I've ever been to in my life because I don't go to those things. But I did it as a favor to a friend. And Robbie was there, and he had a line, going out the door to meet him. So I didn't actually get to meet Robbie, but I do consider him certainly a friend of the radio station, a friend of this radio show, and most certainly a friend to the conservative cause. So as we were doing the rescue mission yesterday and last night, big news comes out that Robbie Starbuck, a DEI destroyer, has bagged another one, Walmart. This is incredible. So Robbie has been on a mission to target companies using DEI policies and LGBTQ type store displays, targeting kids. And Robbie and, of course, many Americans, most Americans, all Americans who are conservative have been horrified by the DEI missions to go out and make these companies become more and more woke and so forth, and these DEI policies, LGBTQ type policies as well. And Robbie has been, appropriately enough, going after them and getting these companies to change their DEI policies. So his latest is, again, Walmart, America's largest employer. Yesterday, Robbie Starbuck, of course, making the huge announcement that Walmart is shutting down their DEI initiatives.
But something incredible happened in the course of my investigation. Walmart became aware of our investigation and reached out to me. This was critical and honestly turned out pretty fantastic for everybody involved, in my opinion. We were able to have frank conversations with Walmart. And as I've said for a long time, I don't ask companies to take on my political views. I am simply advocating for corporate neutrality. I believe that that is the future because I understand there are people in this country who do not agree with my politics. So it would not be fair of me to force my politics on them the same way that I am not okay with left-wing policies being forced on me and people like me via things like DEI.
Love that. It's those kind of DEI policies that led Bud Light to bring on Dylan Mulvaney. Remember that whole train wreck as a spokesperson? Well, those are DEI policies, and that led to, let's be honest, Bud Light, when they brought on Dylan Mulvaney, that was really, I think, a turning point for DEI. And the reason I think it was is because companies like Bud Light realized, you know what? We may have all kinds of feel goods about putting, Dylan Mulvaney into our ads, but the reality is that America's just not there. They're just not there. They say that Walmart's stunning reversal will send shockwaves across corporate America, leaving DEI advocates scrambling to salvage initiatives in an increasingly hostile environment. Now, what I love from that statement is that we've been dealing with cancel culture for so long now, and I love that the shoe is now on the other foot, right? But there's a difference, and I'm going to get into that difference coming up. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I'm sorry, I'm having a squirrel moment.
We're used to it.
Joe, did you see this story? I don't know, maybe you reported it and I'm just not awake yet.
Yeah.
3 men tried to scale the Batman building?
Yeah, I have it in the next newscast. Yeah.
What? They tried to scale the Batman building?
No, they actually went it through they said an open door and ended up at the top of the building. They were laying on top of where the spires are.
Yeah.
They were laying up there. And they told police that they heard that it was the best place to see the city. However, talk about squirrely. This is a little squirrely because these guys are it was 3 guys. One is from Chicago, one is from California, and another is from Georgia. And they had some things with them like a crowbar, GoPro cameras, screwdrivers. Something's a little fishy about this.
No,
one.
you know what this is, guys. Well, okay, I can't do this right now. We're going to talk about this at 5:35. I think I know what's going on.
Okay.
So we'll talk about it at 5:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN during the Gang of Three. Right now, though, time to check the roads.
Well, it looks like 24 is looking good heading into Nashville this morning, and 65, no problems to report. We did have a listener report an accident on 40. Let's see. They're hoping they say it's 40 eastbound in a construction area. That listener said there were 3 cars involved. Now, I have not been able to confirm that, but that's one of those areas that you may have to watch out for. If you're heading to the airport today, it's going to be a little bit busy. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. Sunny by this afternoon, high of 52. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Very, very big news in the conservative world. Robbie Starbuck, of course, again, friend of the show, has been able to target Walmart and get them to ditch their DEI policies, just like he's done with all of these other companies. Now, the left-wing activists, of course, are calling, and they have been calling for people to be fired if they don't bend the knee to their wokeness. Now, we've all been dealing with this for years, actually, but now things have clearly changed. And Robbie and all of us have been asking that these companies simply treat everyone fairly, treat everyone the same, treat everyone neutrally. That's what they really should be doing. And employees, you know what? They shouldn't, my opinion, have to go through all of that DEI training. And the other thing they need to do is they need to stop targeting kids with all of this LGBTQ stuff that is infuriating parents. And so Robbie, in dealing with Starbuck, and he posted to his social media, and he was talking about how he began investigating Walmart, and they reached out to him. And they immediately raised the white flag of surrender.
Bullet point number 1, Walmart will be removing all inappropriate sexual and or transgender products that are marketed toward kids, things like chest binders for teenagers or books that encourage transitioning. That is all going to be gone.
Yeah, so no more grotesque displays that you have to explain to your kids. I mean, walking into some of these stores and seeing some of these things, it put parents sort of like on the defense and having to explain some of these things when you walk into a Target, when you walk into a Walmart and so forth. And it's the same with these books. So this anti-DEI crusade is such a great movement, and I love it. And some people have been saying, well, the election really proves that DEI is dead. Maybe, but Robbie has been doing this long before the election. But the election and this move by Walmart is, I would say, another nail in their coffin.
Bullet point number 2, Walmart is going to review and stop funding to all events that could be sexually inappropriate for kids. That includes drag queen story time or pride events that expose kids to sexually inappropriate topics. That's all going to stop going forward.
Do you know what I think part of what's happened with the election is leading into the election? I think that there were crusaders like Robbie, and there were honest discussions going on podcasts, Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan and the rest of the podcasters. And I think what it did is it brought more awareness to the absurdity of some of these DEI policies. And so as Robbie and some of these other podcasters and so forth were going through all of this, and they were saying, what the hell is this? Why are companies doing this? Why are companies funding drag queen story time to third graders? Why are companies funding this? And I think that the more awareness was brought to this and the more people spoke out, then it gave permission to other people to say, you know what? Yeah, this is BS. And so by the time the election happened, there was definitely an anti-DEI movement that was going on. And so that further solidified, in my opinion, the election for Donald Trump, because people were like, yeah, this is what the Democrats are into, and it doesn't really make a heck of a lot of sense.
Third bullet point, Walmart will be closing their racial equity center. This is a center they had committed $100 million to, and it was a 5-year project. They will be closing that center going forward. Fourth bullet point, Walmart will no longer participate in the HRC's Corporate Equality Index social credit system. This scoring system is what has brought wokeness into so many segments of corporate America, and we are happy to see them no longer participating. There is not a corporation in America that should be participating with the HRC's CEI scoring system going forward. The HRC got explicitly political in the 2024 election, working with everything they have to defeat Donald Trump and calling him every name in the book. It is time for companies to recognize that they need to move away from this system that is explicitly political and embrace corporate neutrality so that everybody is welcome in their stores.
Yeah, this HRC score was all about DEI-type practices inside corporations. So the higher your score, the more DEI you were. And oftentimes, these types of policies made people feel unwelcome in their own company. And by the way, just to let you know, George Soros funds all of this. Big shocker there, right? And so this was the attitude and the policies that, again, led Bud Light to utilize this Dylan Mulvaney to doing their commercials. And it ruined Bud Light. I don't even know if Bud Light has actually recovered yet from that horrific decision. But these woke DEI policies where they're trying to say, oh, this is just companies being inclusive and welcoming. It's really not. These DEI policies are not really fostering an inclusive and welcoming culture. What they really do is that they show favoritism to woke policies and LGBTQ type policies, and they don't treat everyone the same. If you're a white Christian male, you think you're being treated the same as some of these corporations? Of course not. At these companies, you could be treated like a pariah if you are a white Christian male, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Thankfully, that's all changing.
Fifth bullet point, Walmart is going to be reviewing their supplier diversity programs to ensure that nobody's receiving preferential treatment on the basis of race, and they will also ensure that financing eligibility will no longer be predicated on providing certain demographic information. Sixth bullet point, and this is a favorite for me, being Latino myself, Walmart will no longer be using the term Latinx in any of their official communications. That is going to be wiped away.
Yeah, I finally figured out what Latinx actually is. It took me a long time to care enough to look it up. It is a gender-neutral term for someone with roots in Latin America. And yeah, it's very stupid. There were people who are Latin who are like, this is so dumb. Just stop it. There were Bill Maher, who is, of course, very progressive, very liberal, said the whole Latinx thing, basically he was like, just stop it. Just stop it. See, even he recognizes, and a lot of progressives are now recognizing, that this is one of many reasons, the whole DEI initiative, this is one of many reasons why the Democrats and Kamala Harris lost the election, because it's just not in line with where the American people are. 523 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is here with the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, we've got that story of the 3 guys arrested after they were spotted sitting on top of the AT&T building. Also, was it just an accounting error? An employee apparently has stolen $150 million from one of the nation's biggest department stores. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you
to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolansvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast and traffic coming up in just a couple of minutes. Metro Police have arrested 3 men from out of state after a concerned citizen called police to say those 3 men were on top of the AT&T building.
On the top of the AT&T building, like on the tower parts. They don't look like they're supposed to be there, and it's a Sunday, so I can't imagine they're working.
Now, police searched the building. They found the men hiding out in a 24th floor bathroom stall. They told police they heard the top of the building was the best place to see the city. They've been charged, though, with the illegally entering the building. Police also seized many cameras, a crowbar, and a screwdriver. Those men are from California, Georgia, and Chicago. An accounting employee at Macy's is accused of falsifying records and stealing $150 million over 3 years. And apparently he did it by entering the wrong information about delivery expenses.
$150 million may sound like an awful lot of money to spend on shipping packages all over the place. But to Macy's, that's a drop in the bucket. Macy's spends more than $4 billion a year on deliveries. So $150 million of that really isn't very much in the grand scheme.
That's ABC's Aaron Katersky. The employee is no longer working for Macy's, but it's not clear if he's been charged with a crime while that investigation goes on. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures are all pointing up this morning. Dow futures plus 35, NASDAQ futures gaining 21, S&P futures are up by 5 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, 532. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. They're bringing back their incredible Black Friday offer. You can get 50% off all windows. This includes bays and bows and double hung and sliders and single hung picture windows and a whole lot more. Plus, pay no interest for 5 full years with Window Nation. Now, you got to hurry because this is going to end at the end of this month. You can receive an additional 10% discount. That is the incredible Black Friday sale going on right now. Add Window Nation, that additional 10% discount. Save big with Window Nation. Heating costs are going up again this winter. They say up to 23%. So if you don't have Window Nation windows, that means a lot of your money is literally going out the window. Get top-tier windows from Window Nation at a fraction of the cost of the other big names. Now, again, this sale ends on December 1st, so act right now before this offer ends. Find them online, windownation.com. Don't forget that great deal. Get 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and take that additional 10% off as part of that Black Friday special. 866-90-NATION is the phone number, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Turns out our listener was right. I-40 eastbound, there is a crash that is blocking 3 right lanes just past Donaldson Pike exit 216B. Watch it in that area this morning. And otherwise, on 24, we're looking good. 65, also good so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three. Joan Jones is here. Johnny B is here as well. Good morning, friends. How is everyone this morning?
Pretty good. Rated PG for pretty good.
All right. Joan,
like
feel
that,
free to
Johnny.
jump in at any time.
Just fantastic, Dan. Now that you're back, boy, our lives are better.
Wow, Joan's a little persnickety today. Just a little persnickety, and that's okay.
I missed you yesterday, so, I saved up all of my persnickety for one.
Did you? Oh, so I get it in on one fell
Yeah.
swoop on a Tuesday.
Yep.
Can I ask you guys just a personal question?
Uh-oh.
Well, go right ahead.
So when you sign on to a website that you have to sign on to every single day,
Yeah.
do you have to look up the password?
No, generally.
So every day, I sign on to the super text line,
Yes.
and every day I have to look up the damn password in my phone. What is wrong with me?
You probably use different passwords across multiple different platforms, right?
I sure do.
Okay, so I'm giving you the out here. You've got so many passwords that you're using that you need to remember which one goes where.
The brain's on overload.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what it is. My brain's on overload. It's exactly what it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, this story about the guys on the Batman building.
Yeah.
They're from Georgia, California, and
Chicago.
This is why we need to close our borders. Thank
Especially
you.
Georgia, man.
Yeah.
There's some crazy boys down there.
The Californians, I think they're probably.
Yeah, they're even worse.
So in that one sentence, you and Johnny, decided to take out me and Murphy all in one fell swoop. Is that what it is? Because Murphy's from Georgia and I'm
Yes,
from
he is.
California.
Oh, I see.
Well,
Who's worse, Georgians or Californians?
Toss up.
No, I don't think so. I think Californians are worse. I really do.
Anybody from Chicago? Because we could also,
Well, yeah, Juicy Smollett.
Smollett,
yeah.
Juicy Smollett. Do you remember, Johnny, when we were doing the bits on old Jesse Smollett, and I actually could not say his name the right way? I kept calling him Juicy, and then I just gave up, and throughout the entire segment, I just called him Juicy. Because everybody knows who Juicy Smollett is. Which, by the way, that story a couple of days ago, he got off on like a technicality.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway.
Juicy, I'm home.
Here's the deal with those guys that were on the Batman building. I think they might be, you know what parkour is?
No.
You don't know what parkour is? Johnny, do you know what parkour is?
I do not. I'm sorry, Dan.
Parkour is, and I just know this because of Riker, parkour is where these guys will, and women, they will sort of Spider-Man-like jump on buildings. And they're jumping on the edge of these buildings and just doing that kind of stuff.
Sounds safe.
It's not. It's not safe at all.
I know it's not. I was being...
They didn't have any equipment with them that would suggest that was their goal. It sounded to me like they were going to steal things.
They were going to steal things. Okay.
They had a crowbar.
Yeah, but a crowbar will get you, to open doors or windows to get to the outside.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what would they steal in the Batman building? Like, I don't even know what's in the Batman building anymore.
They had cameras. They had many cameras.
They had GoPros.
They had a GoPro.
That's what parkourians use.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Is GoPro. I just, how I know this? This is what I love about having a small child in the house. I got home one day, and Riker clearly has been watching these parkour videos because he's jumping on couches and chairs. And I walk in and I'm like, and he's just running around the house, jumping on everything and running on the ledges of the couch and all this. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And Amy said, well, he's been watching these videos. And that is always the sure sign that things are going to go catastrophically wrong is when he's watching videos on YouTube, because you have no idea, and we monitor what he gets into, but you really have no idea what you're going to encounter. And so that's the only reason that I know what parkour is. And these guys, sometimes they'll fall, 35, 45 stories to their death.
Yeah.
That's how dumb they are. This is the stupidity of online. Speaking of stupid, Rachel Maddow. Now, thank you.
Yeah.
What did you guys think? I may surprise some of you with my opinion on this. Elon Musk tweets out, or posts on X. He says, should I buy MSNBC and fire Rachel Maddow just for the fun of it? Now, did you see that post?
No, I didn't see it, but I think it's pretty funny.
Okay, you think it's funny. Johnny?
Well, yeah, at first blush, it is funny, but when you really think about it, not a great idea.
So my opinion is that as a guy who has had to fire people many times, I don't think as much as a detest that I have for Rachel Maddow, I don't think you should ever fire someone just for fun. If you feel like she deserves to be fired for whatever reason, and there's a lot of reasons to fire her,
sure,
then that's fine. But I don't think you fire people just for fun. Well, I just, for whatever reason, that kind of ooged me out a little bit. It's like, come on, dude.
Well, it'd be like George Soros coming out and saying, I'd like to buy WTN because wouldn't it be fun just to fire Dan Mandis and his crew?
Yeah. And I bet you George Soros would find it fun.
I think there's an exception to every rule.
Yes.
And I think Rachel Maddow is that exception.
You know what?
Do you know,
oh my gosh, this is where we're going to go. Do you know who I think would be fun to fire? Joy Reid.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
You'll notice that I, for whatever reason, had a little bit of empathy towards, firing Rachel Maddow for fun. But Joy Reid, she needs to be fired one way or another for fun or whatever reason. But I just don't think taking people's livelihoods away is fun. Because
how about
again,
Whoopi Goldberg? That would be a fun one.
Joan's just all in on firing people for fun. Note to self, hope that Joan never makes it into management.
Joan in management.
Joy Behar.
Who will I fire today?
Yeah.
I know. It's like, man, I'm in a bad mood. I got to fire somebody. I don't know. I thought that was a little oogie. However, Elon Musk buying MSNBC, I think that would be really interesting, as a matter of fact. Because
yes, it would.
I think that one of the things that he has said is that he would like to see MSNBC purchased and they would cover all of the leading stories on X. So it's sort of like blending or merging of the two platforms.
That's a cool idea. That's a really cool idea.
I think it's a great idea. I love this piece of audio. This goes back to what we were talking about just a second ago. Sky Jennings, of course, on CNN And they're talking about the possibility of Elon buying X.
Also, I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Scott,
of any platform.
stop. It's too early. I just sat down. I've only been here for 2 minutes. You cannot continue to say
the show, but
you
it's
cannot
true.
say that.
So-
That's not the case.
So
Who's the source of that?
What I find, we've reported it on this network.
So they're like, what's your source? And he's like, CNN. And the funny thing is, Scott Jennings is absolutely right.
Yes, he is.
X right now is the most balanced because there's very little fact checking, if you will, like they did with COVID and all these, and of course, a laptop from hell, where they did Twitter back then, fact checked you, even though what you were posting was right. So now what Scott Jennings is saying is the fact checkers have all been fired. And so that means that anybody, there's, I'm sure, some limits, but what he's saying is, listen, you got something you want to post it, whether you're progressive, whether you're conservative, whether you're pro-vax or anti-vax.
It's not accurate, and you know it.
Okay, I'll let you make your statement.
Scott,
but my point is
can I reframe it a different way? Because the site changed radically, right? So whether you think the voices it is somehow more balanced now, that's fine. But no doubt Musk's influence is profound, and that you open it up and now you're there with his opinion, and he is now part of this administration. So does anyone else think?
First of all, Elon Musk is not part of the administration.
Right.
No. So you want to talk about fake news?
Yeah.
You want to talk about fake news? So that's number one. Number two, Elon Musk posting is not, going to lead to the death of society. That's number two. And number three, his influence is profound because he opened up the opinions for everyone. X is in my estimation, it seems to be really among social media, it's really the only place where you can have any opinion you want, and by and large, you're not going to be censored. Now, you may be piled on by somebody with an opposing or a group with an opposing viewpoint, but everybody is allowed to give their views. That's why in this so important panel on CNN, this is why, yes, the influence of Elon Musk is absolutely profound. But I want you to listen to this last statement. Listen to this.
I think that there should be this greater concern about billionaires purchasing media companies.
Okay. Would you be worried?
Where were you when George Soros was buying Odyssey, you twit?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? It's like I heard that, and I'm a little sensitive to the George Soros thing. I think everybody in radio, and certainly talk radio is. Where were they when Soros was buying Odyssey? They were nowhere to be found. They didn't have these profound concerns about billionaires buying TV or radio, whatever it is that she said, media companies.
They're so transparent.
Yes,
they are.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean that. Like with a capital T, bunch of twits.
Have either of you gotten an account on Blue Sky yet?
No. Have you?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so tell me real quick what it is.
It's really hateful.
Yeah, shocker.
It's it's just and everybody is very aware that there are they call them Trumpians or people who oppose their ideology.
Sure.
Anybody who makes a comment, so you've got, it's much like Twitter, or X. So you've got somebody who, says something and then everybody comments afterwards. And in the comments, if somebody says something that sounds remotely conservative, they take their name and they report them right away. And that person can get canceled right away.
Canceled in...
As
like
in
they'll take
they're
your
not
account
allowed to,
away?
Yeah, they'll take your account. They'll stop you from posting things. You get
So
put
I'm
into
reasonably
prison.
certain that this so self-important CNN panel had nothing to say about Blue Sky taking down any conservative commentator.
I'm sure of it.
In fact, they probably back it totally.
They'll probably do.
Yeah.
So the bottom line with Elon Musk and buying MSNBC, just to get it on the record, I don't think we should celebrate anyone's termination. You don't fire people, as Elon said, just for fun. That being said, I certainly would not mind MSNBC to be more of an extension of X. And, Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and the rest of these people on MSNBC, I would not be sad to see them go. Just like there's a lot of hate listeners that wouldn't be sad to see me go, because frankly, they are very divisive, and they spend their time lying. I mean, that's my biggest problem with MSNBC is they purport to tell the truth, but the reality is they lie. And I could go through a million different examples, but the biggest one that I'll just say is purporting that Agenda 2025 was Donald Trump's platform when it wasn't. And everybody knew that it wasn't, yet they continued down this line of the statement that Trump's, project or Agenda 2025 was something that was Donald Trump advocated for and supported, and it came from his campaign, and it didn't. And everybody knew the truth, yet they reported it over and over again. That's why Elon Musk should buy MSNBC and fire all of them, because they're a bunch of liars. But again, I don't think people should be fired just for fun. Now, you fire Rachel Maddow, you fire Joy Reid, you fire all those knuckleheads on MSNBC, not for fun, but for cause, because they're idiots and they lied. There you go.
There you go.
Johnny, you had something for this, and I just been kind of rolling right through a bunch of stuff.
Well, that's quite all right, Dan. It was very interesting. But I want to see what you guys think of this. This is from Lucerne, Switzerland. And they've basically gotten rid of the middleman in this church. At St. Peter's Church in Lucerne, they now have people confessing their sins to Jesus Christ himself.
Himself?
It's an AI version of Jesus.
My goodness.
Yes. And they say two-thirds of the people that have done this say it's like a spiritual experience. They say the AI Jesus can speak 100 different languages.
This feels blasphemous to me.
Oh, it does to me too. It feels like a stunt to me. But they say it was trained at the Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts using the New Testament.
Yeah, that's why they make prayer. Honestly, you go and talk to Jesus on your own.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's sort of
Yeah, you don't need an AI version of Jesus.
No,
to get close to him.
No, you certainly don't. So
they better watch out for lightning strikes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Woo.
Very good. All right, thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Joan. And thanks to everyone for donating yesterday at the rescue mission. In case you missed it earlier, $288,000 were raised and 101,000 meals were bought.
That got you close to Jesus right there.
That is exactly right. And I got to tell you, the people at the mission are so incredible. And the people who donated and listened to the radiothon and help us every single year, we have such an appreciation for you folks.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's rescue mission, providing more than a meal.
So I guess next year we'll do it all again. It is 5:54, and again, thank you for listening and donating. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6. Joan, what's up?
Special counsel Jack Smith drops his cases against President-elect Trump, but could he have something up his sleeve? Also, an injured bald eagle has been rescued in the Nashville area. Those stories at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The forecast coming up, and traffic is coming up as well in just a couple of minutes. But want to let you know that eastbound 40, just past Donaldson Pike, still 2 right lanes blocked by a crash in that area. Be careful. Special Counsel Jack Smith dropping the 2 cases brought against now President-elect Donald Trump. Neither the appeal in the classified documents case nor the case challenging Trump's involvement in January 6th will go to trial. But the special counsel may just be keeping his powder dry.
The statute of limitations is actually 5 years, so they would expire in January of 2026. The policy that he's following that says the Justice Department won't prosecute a sitting president, that's not actually in the Constitution. They can put the statute of limitations on pause so that then it picks up again once the person is eligible to be prosecuted again. What we need to watch out for is whether Jack Smith is going to make a request to toll the statute of limitations to extend beyond 2026.
It's ABC News contributor Asha Rangappa. Nashville is about to get some safety barriers at the city's riverfront. Channel 4 reporting that Mayor Freddie O'Connell's $527 million capital spending plan includes money for permanent barriers in that same area where college student Riley Strain drowned in the Cumberland River after a night of heavy drinking, something that some locals said that they would welcome.
People who aren't familiar could wander on the other side or get too close. It's hard to believe there isn't a wall here.
Right now, there is temporary fencing held together by zip ties. The Red Cross is helping some Madison residents displaced by a fire late yesterday morning at the Breckenridge Apartments on Nesbitt Lane. This woman telling Channel 4 that smoke alarms weren't going off, so she and her husband jumped into action.
So I went through the apartments, and he went around the backside so we could see which apartment was on fire. And sure enough, by the time we got back there, it was already ablaze, but still no one was getting up. So while I went through and pulled fire alarms, he was going around trying to get everybody out.
20 units affected. Luckily, nobody was hurt. And an injured bald eagle has been rescued in Sumner County.
Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency put out a news release saying that Sergeant Nathan Karch and Robertson County Officer Jason Shapton found the juvenile bald eagle and took it to a wildlife rehabilitation center in Jolton, where it was determined the eagle had been shot. It's going to live, but it's hurt too badly to go back into the wild, so plans are underway to rehome it to an eagle sanctuary. Tennessee is home to about 175 nesting pairs of bald eagles year-round, and it's illegal to shoot a bald eagle with maximum penalties of up to a $250,000 fine and 2 years in federal prison. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still working that crash on 40 eastbound side past Donaldson Pike. It's taking up 2 right lanes at the moment and stop-and-go traffic from the airport up to that spot. Also, an accident reported 24, the westbound lanes just before I-40, exit 52A and B. That crash is causing some delays as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. It is Tuesday, November 26th. By the way, programming note, I'll be hosting for the guys on Red Eye Radio beginning tonight at midnight. Always looking forward to that. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. There is a lot going on for your Tuesday. You heard Joan talking about the Jack Smith case and his case against Donald Trump. Obviously, this is huge, and Joan is absolutely right to report that Smith, years from now, could decide possibly to bring this back. We just don't know. But he, for now, has dropped his case against Donald Trump. Huge, because this was hanging over the head of Donald Trump and his supporters. Now, the left, of course, as you can imagine, their heads, they are all exploding as they do. This is from MSNBC. This is Village Idiot Goldman, from Daniel Goldman from New York. He, of course, found a TV camera. He's a Democrat, and they always go to find him when there's anything related to Donald Trump because he most certainly does have TDS. Again, this is Dan Goldman.
I think it is a shame for justice in this country. It establishes that Donald Trump is above the law. The Supreme Court put him above the law in that opinion that Paula just mentioned. But now he appears to escape full accountability.
You know what's weird is Dan Goldman is saying that Donald Trump escaped the law thanks to his Supreme Court. Literally, it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And people will say, well, the Supreme Court justices, they're conservative and they're on Donald Trump's side. I'm sorry, but was there any kind of an insurrection installing Donald Trump in 2016 so that he could have those Supreme Court picks? No. Donald Trump was elected president of the United States despite all of the things that the Democrats did. And as is his right as a president, he nominated Supreme Court justices, and they were confirmed by the Senate. And so it seems to me like the law was followed. I would say to Dan Goldman, it seems to me like the law was followed when it comes to Donald Trump and all of that entailed this investigation from Jack Smith. Just because you don't like it, just because, you're crying over the fact that Donald Trump, and I'm going to air quote here, isn't suffering or facing any kind of consequences. Well, okay, but the law in this case, at least as it relates to the Supreme Court, they made their decision. You have to deal with it.
For what were crimes charged by a grand jury. And I would just add one other thing that we ought to pay close attention to. We cannot normalize the fact that Donald Trump, as the president-elect, should not be held accountable for crimes that he committed before.
So, and again, this is all related, in case you don't know, to his the charges in the 2020 election interference case with Jack Smith. And so this case really did, once the Supreme Court said that Donald Trump had immunity when it came to things that he did while he was in office. Jack Smith, his entire case basically fell apart, like a lot of people said that it would, including Jonathan Turley. And here's part of what he said yesterday after this ruling came down.
Well, this is what we expected. I wrote over a year ago that there was a good chance Jack Smith would never see the inside of a courtroom for a trial in this case. Yep. It made this election the largest effective jury verdict in history.
Yeah, again, remember, the DOJ cannot prosecute a sitting president, so they didn't have a lot of choice in the matter. Now, again, I will warn that this case has been dismissed, they say, without prejudice, which means that after 4 years, when Donald Trump is out of office, this could perhaps come back. Legal Eagles are looking at this and they're saying, okay, well, Smith is doing this now, but bottom line is that if he wanted to, he perhaps, in theory, could bring this back. The question is, will he bring this back? I mean, let's face it, Jack Smith and everyone from Merrick Garland to people inside the DOJ, they've been absolutely obsessed with Donald Trump. But Jack Smith coming out and saying that, he's going to fold up and go home, at least for now, I think that is obviously, number one, good news for Donald Trump, but it's also vindication. Because we've been saying for a long time that this case, there's nothing to it. This case has always been bogus against Donald Trump. And quite frankly, I think that Jack Smith and a lot of other people know that this case has been bogus. But one of the things I like that Jonathan Turley said is that the election was the biggest jury trial in history because the American people over and over and over again said that this is nothing but lawfare. And millions of Americans understand that what Merrick Garland and the DOJ going after Donald Trump, whether it is at the state level or the federal level, this was lawfare. They were trying to prevent Donald Trump from running for re-election or winning the election. And that was obvious for everyone to see.
But, Smith had a sort of a gratuitous end to his term. He pushed not only for a trial before the election, and he pushed for months for that, but he also released damaging information before the election, something that many people saw as an effort to influence the election. Yep. Smith knew that if Trump won, he was out of a job. And this release of the information was entirely unnecessary. The judge admitted that it was procedurally irregular, but she went along with it. And I think that did tarnish his position, and certainly in history, because he didn't have to do that.
Right. He was trying to influence that's what I've been telling you. He was trying to influence the election. Tanya Chutkan, the judge in the case, Jack Smith, of course, the prosecutor in the case. Remember back in October, to what Turley is talking about. Back in October, just weeks before the election, Jack Smith releases this report that detailed the evidence, I'm going to put that in air quotes, the evidence that he had against Donald Trump. As Turley just said, highly irregular, that the DOJ and the judge really locking arms in this and saying, yes, we are going to release this information. And basically, it seems to me like what they were trying to do was they were trying to influence the election. Now, he'll tell you that he was arguing that Donald Trump was not immune from prosecution, but, the Supreme Court decided otherwise. So I don't know what else to tell you. Why did he and the judge release it? This judge, Tanya Chutkan, they were trying to influence the election. Smith released that report. Remember, it was just weeks before the election. After the Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump had immunity from prosecution for acts he did during his time in the White House, so they decided to release it after they repackaged it, taking into account what the Supreme Court said. And again, this was just a political hit job on Donald Trump.
I think it's also very important to remember that Smith's case was riddled with constitutional problems. When the Supreme Court reached its immunity decision, it was clear that he would have to pare down his indictment. He really didn't do it to the degree he needed to do. He took a very minimalist approach. He removed a few references, a few witnesses that stemmed from the first Trump presidency.
Yep.
but he largely just repackaged it. And some of us said that we thought that it was not enough, that if he ever did go to trial, he could be reversed just on that basis.
That's exactly right. Now, coming up next, wait till you hear how MSNBC reported this news. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny by the afternoon, a high of 52, right now 42 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B. and Joan Jones talking about Jack Smith, prosecutor Jack Smith, dropping the case against Donald Trump over Trump's supposed 2020 election interference. Now, Smith didn't really, it seems to me, have much of a choice because you cannot prosecute a sitting president. Remember, he tried to fast track this whole thing. Bottom line is he ran out of time, but as some are reporting, they could bring this back after Donald Trump ends his second term in office. But, you know, talking about Jonathan Turley and other legal eagles and how Smith released his report weeks before the election, really, again, to me, what he was trying to do was he was trying to impact the election. The judge, Tanya Chutkan, in the case, and also Jack Smith was trying to do. And that's what this whole thing, all of this lawfare, and this was a big part of it, this is what they've been trying to do. They were trying to impact the election. Now, obviously, we know that the election was not impacted, or it was in the sense that people responded to all of the lawfare and they decided, you know what these attorneys general and these district attorneys, the attorney general and this Jack Smith, you know, this special prosecutor, all of this was lawfare. And I'd be willing to bet there's a lot of people who looked at all of this lawfare that was going on and they decided, you know what? This is BS. And I'm going to actually support Donald Trump because of it. I think that there were people that maybe saw all of this that was going on and they looked at maybe Trump in a different way. And they realized that, you know what, Donald Trump has been right all along. All of this, it is a witch hunt. And so this is what MSNBC had to say. I don't even know who these people are, but this is from MSNBC, and they're actually blaming Joe Rogan for some of this.
How do you think this plays politically?
I mean, if people know about it, right? One of the things is we saw all these cases and they never broke through because the media is different, right? It's on podcasts, it's Joe Rogan. So, you know, if it ends up being talked about on Joe Rogan, then people will find out about it. And if it doesn't, then it won't. I mean, that's the sort of siloed effect we're in right now.
I don't understand. This was talked about on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan talked about this with Donald Trump. So, as usual, MSNBC talking out of their arse. But to the bigger point, the bigger, broader point, this has been discussed on various podcasts. But, you know, part of what she is lamenting is the fact that the media, and specifically MSNBC, they don't have the power that they once did. And I think the reason why they don't have the power they once did is because they've lost all credibility. The reason why Joe Rogan has so much credibility is, quite frankly, because he and others have been pointing out you as you destroy your credibility, MSNBC. And I think that, you know, for me, MSNBC, you know, they're on the chopping block. You know that Elon Musk has been having some fun on X saying things like, should I buy MSNBC and fire Rachel Maddow just for the fun of it? And I think for Elon Musk, I genuinely believe, and I like Elon Musk a lot. And I said earlier in the broadcast, I don't think that anyone should be fired just for the fun of it. Because I fired a lot of people, and it's the worst thing professionally that you can ever do. I hate doing it. If you enjoy firing people, my friend, you're doing something wrong. But putting all that aside, I think that Elon Musk buying MSNBC is something that, at least for me, would be a really, really smart move for Elon Musk. and for even thinking about that, for even talking about that, for even tweeting about that. Of course, I know that you'll be shocked to hear Elon Musk is being absolutely vilified in the media. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Joe and Jones. Just a very quick thank you for people that are just joining us, and people are tuning in and out all the time here on WTN, as like all other radio stations as well. But Nashville's Rescue Mission, what an incredible event we had yesterday. At the end of the day, if you recall, we were just short of 100,000 meals. But as the show came to an end last night at like 7 o'clock, we tallied all of the last-minute phone calls. We tallied all of the last-minute donations via text message and everything else, and on the website, and we carried the one and all of those other things. And bottom line is, for WTN and for listeners just like you, we raised $288,000. And that buys 101,000 meals for the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right. It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's Rescue Mission, providing more than a meal.
6:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So yes, thank you. And thank you to Joan Jones, who's got the news at 6:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, police have identified the man who died after being shot and then crashing his car through a dentist office. Also, we've got another sign that wokeness is falling out of favor. This story has to do with the NFL. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:24 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up after the news at 6:30, Tom Homan, Donald Trump's new border czar, is coming out swinging against the city of Denver. Details straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, if you're thinking about the holidays, you're thinking about Christmas, and you're thinking about what to get someone special, think about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry, because right now they've got a huge watch event. It is going on right now, and it ends on the 28th here in a couple of days. But listen, if you want a special gift, go to Brentwood Jewelry and check out this massive watch event going on right now. You can skip the holiday lines and find early Christmas deals at their watch event with exclusive discounts on selected watch brands. You'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list, and maybe one for yourself. Make this holiday season timeless with Brentwood Jewelry and their fantastic watch event. It is going on right now, and you can find anything at Brentwood Jewelry. Of course, watches, rings, earrings, bracelets, necklaces, you name it, they've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. Terrific options and prices as well at Brentwood Jewelry. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out and stop by. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Always online anytime at BrentwoodJewelry.com. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, I have it on good authority that the Glock store is going to have a pretty significant Black Friday sale. So just you might want to plan ahead. My friends at the Glock store have something very special planned for you, a big Black Friday sale. It's going to be going on at the Glock store, so just put that in the back of your head. All kinds of great specials on anything two-way related. The Glock store is going to give you all kinds of options. You know what I would recommend? If you've got a two-way loved one, think about maybe some training at the Glock store. I bet you that your two-way supporting loved one would absolutely love additional training at the Glock store. Because listen, if you're a gun owner, you want to get better, right? Now, at the Glock store, it is all about the training. They've got these massive rooms, the Shoot 270 indoor ranges, where you can refine your shooting skills, firing behind corners, in the dark, in motion, various target levels as well. This is the place you want to go to up your game. This is the place you want to go to become a better marksman. The Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock store. Also, don't forget that they're going to have a big Black Friday sale. That is coming up as well. You can find out more information on both at shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. Metro Nashville police now identifying the man who was killed in an Antioch shooting early Monday morning in a shopping center. Harong Ju was the owner of Make That Hot Stuff Spicy Chicken. And after the shooting, his car accelerated and crashed into a dental office. And now police are trying to determine if Ju was involved in the shooting or if he was caught in the crossfire. More than 20 shell casings were found at the scene. How to get through catching a flight during the busiest travel season of the year.
You have to keep smiling so you won't go insane, for sure. It's the holidays.
Yes, Shannon Woodruff at Houston Hobby Airport. Lots of folks are headed to the airport this morning. Another sign of wokeness is falling away. The Washington Commanders agreeing to uncancel the Redskins logo. It comes in an agreement between the team's managing partner and the NFL. Montana Republican Senator Steve Daines tells Fox News that the logo honored a Blackfoot chief and a Native American artist.
The irony that they were canceling Native American culture as the DEI movement went way too far. Look, this is honoring a Blackfeet chief who was born in Montana. He's highly esteemed.
Now, if you remember, the name change came after the 2020 George Floyd protest and after some claimed that the name Redskins was racist. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're looking at stock futures on the rise this morning. Dow futures up just 10 points. The NASDAQ futures gaining 63, and the S&P futures are up 13. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here, 632, Nashville's Morning News. I'm dumbfounded, Joan Jones, by that story about the Redskins.
Yeah.
So are they going to retire the Commanders and bring back the Redskins?
They're not, but they are going to allow. See, it caused some television and radio stations in Washington, D.C. to actually blur out the name Redskins or the logo.
Dumb.
Right. So now that doesn't have to happen anymore. And in fact, I think they're going to insist that it doesn't. And you can expect maybe at some special games throughout the season that they'll have the logo patches on their uniforms once again. They're just not going to distance themselves from it anymore.
Were you in D.C. at that time?
I was.
I could imagine you were
hysteria.
like, you people are nuts.
It was amazing. I looked around me and I thought, honestly, the guy who created the logo was also part of the same Indian group.
Yeah.
And so it took it away. The family was saying, wait a minute, don't do this. This is the way that we honor our people. And they did it anyway. Crazy. They hated the owner, Dan Snyder, the owner of the Redskins. They hated Dan Snyder with a passion.
Yeah.
And they would do anything to skewer him or try to, put things on him like he's racist.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. And folks are chiming in. 8602, the Cleveland Indians need to step up now.
Absolutely.
We'll
For
have to see
sure.
what happens. All right, thank you, Joan.
Yep.
It's 6:34, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, if you are stuck trying to figure out what to get your loved one and they like coffee, I want you to think about a Space Cowboy coffee gift basket. Now, I'm just going to tell you that this is going to be on my Christmas list. So, Amy, if you're listening, these Space Cowboy coffee gift baskets, they sound amazing. You get a gift basket of coffee. You've got coffee mugs, you've got K-cups, and a whole lot more. Plus, at Space Cowboy Coffee, they are now offering gift cards as well. This is huge. So if you've got a big coffee fanatic in your house, in your life, think about a Space Cowboy Coffee gift basket from my friends. Of course, it's Space Cowboy Coffee. A couple of bags of coffee mugs, K-cups, and gift cards as well. This is really cool, and I'm really excited that they're doing this, as a matter of fact. And so if you want to check it out, you can find them online. It is spacecowboycoffee.com. Space Cowboy Coffee is my new favorite coffee. I love these folks, and the coffee, it is really good. I drink it every single morning. I am a big-time fan of Space Cowboy Coffee. Find them online, spacecowboycoffee.com. That is spacecowboycoffee.com.
Well, we have a problem on 24 westbound lanes at Bell Road. The right shoulder is blocked off because of a crash, and it's stop and go from Old Hickory Boulevard up to that exit, the Bell Road exit 59. And then the crash on Bell Road at Hickory Park Drive, that one also causing some delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. It is so stunning to me how you have all of these mayors and governors that are going out and they're saying, there's no way we're going to work with Donald Trump. No way we're going to work with border czar Tom Homan. We want MS-13 and Tren de Aragua in our towns, in our cities, and in our states. We're not going to cooperate with the Trump administration. Heck no. And it is stunning, isn't it? And part of as I think about this is I go back to, what I said 4 years ago-ish when Joe Biden, air quote, won the election, which was, okay, so Democrats are going to do what they're going to do, and it's going to be a complete cluster, and then we'll have, the opportunity. We missed the opportunity during the midterm, but, here at the presidential election, the people responded to the lunacy on the left. And here's what's crazy. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. And you want to talk about a city, because I used to live in Denver. You want to talk about a city that has gone to hell in a handbasket thanks to Democrat rule. Denver is well on that list, should be higher on the list. But Denver Mayor Mike Johnston says that he is prepared to go to jail over his opposition to President-elect Trump's mass deportation plan, even as he walks back comments predicting a Tiananmen Square moment. Now, we all remember, of course, obviously, Tiananmen Square. You got one person standing up against a tank. Johnson had been asked about all of this last week, about his opposition to the Trump plan to significantly ramp up deportation of illegal immigrants when he enters office next year. Johnston, by the way, among many others, I mean, you've got the governor of Massachusetts, the mayor of Boston. You have, of course, Gavin Newsom, the governor for the state of California. You've got this guy, Mike Johnston, the Denver mayor. And they've all said that they're going to battle this tooth and nail. So when Johnston was asked about it, he said that he was going to fight it. Johnston predicted police deployment and a Tiananmen Square moment if federal immigration officials attempted to do their job. He said at the time, more than us having Denver PD stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites there. Johnston said in an interview with a Denverite, which is it's a print edition. It's like, he says, the Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun. He says, you'd have every one of those Highland moms who came out for the migrants. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been to Highland Ranch, and I don't think that would happen, to be perfectly honest. But it is interesting because now we have this moment, and it's sort of like an extension of the Trump victory, where there was overwhelming evidence that the American people, they reacted to these mass immigration policies by Joe Biden by voting he and the Democrats out of office. And now the Democrats, they're responding to that by saying that they're going to fight it? That's crazy. But that's what they're doing. And so Tom Homan was on Sean Hannity last night, of course, new borders are. And you've got the mayor saying, yeah, you know what? I'll go to jail for this. And this is what Tom Homan said.
You're absolutely breaking law. All you have to do is look at Arizona versus U.S. You'll see these breaking law. But look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail.
Oh, I love that. This is what I love about Tom Homan. He's got great audio, and you know what? He talks, he speaks with a lot of righteous anger because the American people are ticked. And by the way, what you heard him saying is that, yeah, the Denver mayor, if he decides to, put some sort of a blockade up against the federal authorities trying to go in and round up Tren de Aragua or MS-13, then, yeah, they will be breaking the law, and I will throw him in jail.
All you have to do is look at Arizona versus U.S. You'll see these breaking law. But look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute, it's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is, it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives. And I find it shocking that any mayor of a city would say, President Trump's been clear, we want to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. I find it hard to believe that any mayor or governor would say they don't want public safety threats removed from their neighborhoods. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on in Denver, but we're going to go and we're going to fix it. If you don't want to fix it, if you don't want to protect his communities, President Trump and ICE will.
There you go, Tom Homan. And I do like what he's saying. And here's the other incredible part of that story. You remember that crazy story that we covered extensively where Tren de Aragua was taking over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. Well, that's Denver. You had Tren de Aragua that was taking over apartment buildings, and they have infested Denver. They're here in Nashville as well, but in cities across Tennessee. They're growing like a virus, sadly. And so that's why Donald Trump and Tom Homan, they need to do what they need to do, and that is get Tren de Aragua and MS-13. That's the start. That's going to be the starting point. And then they'll work from there. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. .646 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. And as far as your weather today, sunny by the afternoon and a high of 52. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I like what Rand Paul had to say. He was on Face the Nation, again, talking about the mayor of Denver, Mike Johnston, because people are saying that this is a form of insurrection. You know, and that's not some knucklehead talk show host in Nashville talking. This is Rand Paul.
The mayor of Denver, if he's going to resist federal law, which there's a long-standing history of the supremacy of federal law, if he's going to resist that, it will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I would suspect that he would be removed from office. I don't know whether or not there'd be a criminal prosecution for someone resisting federal law, but he will lose. And people need to realize that what he is offering is a form of insurrection, where the states resist the federal government. Most people objected to that and rejected that long ago. So I think the mayor of Denver is on the wrong side of history, and really, I think will face legal ramifications if he doesn't obey the federal law.
Yeah, you know what? And he should. He should. Now, what their justification will be, well, Colorado didn't vote for Donald Trump. We went for Kamala Harris. Well, that's your problem. But the reality is that Donald Trump won the presidential election, and we have a problem in this country. Clearly, we do. One of the big problems that we have in this country is that we do have politicians that are doing all they can to stop what Donald Trump is trying to do. Did you see this headline? Gavin Newsom proposes, they say, this is from the Daily Mail, Gavin Newsom proposes insane move against Elon Musk as he attempts to defy Donald Trump with electric car rebates that excludes Tesla. You see what a petulant child Gavin Newsom is? Now, there's no doubt that Tesla has a good market share of electric vehicles. So why exactly is it that Gavin Newsom would offer these rebates there in the state of California, but not include Tesla, the biggest maker of electric vehicles? Why would he do that? Well, obviously because of politics. They say Gavin Newsom is plotting to defy Donald Trump with stifling key MAGA ally Elon Musk as California plans an electric vehicle rebate program that intentionally leaves out Tesla. This is what the Democrats do. You know what I mean? this, I mean, forget about the fact that they're trying to control, the market and the economy and everything else with these rebates, whatever. But for him to leave out Tesla as some sort of a slap against Elon Musk.
You know what else they're doing?
What's that?
Motorized homes, motorized RVs,
yes.
big ones.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 states now, California is one of them, where you can no longer buy a motorized RV.
You can't buy a big old motorized RV.
No. They're banning them from 5 states.
What is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
So what do you do? So are you supposed to, can you run those on an electric, on a battery?
Yeah, if you want to go like a block and then need another charge.
I was going to say, I mean, those things take a lot of gas and they take a lot of charge. There's no way you can do that. No. It's like you know what it's like, Joan? It's like California is trying to destroy the very industry that they're trying to promote.
Yeah, right. I mean, one of the great places to take an RV is in California for how it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous state.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you can take your RV and you can do the big tour of California. You can go into San Francisco. You can see all the poop on the streets. You can see all the bums and the homeless people that are lying all, throughout the city of California. You can go see that.
It's a little too hilly for one of those big monsters anyway.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right, very good.
But the ocean, I mean,
sure.
Driving along the ocean,
my
goodness.
Joan, the ocean, I will say, because I've lived in California and I've lived in I've seen the Carolinas. I've never lived in the Carolinas, but I've seen the Carolinas. I've seen Florida. The Carolina beaches are far, far better than the California beaches.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Have you ever been to California?
I have not. So I'm surprised to
much.
hear that. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Carolina beaches, much better than California
I grew up at the
beaches.
Jersey Shore, the southern Jersey Shore, and it's beautiful there. And you can take your RV there, but you can't buy a motorized RV in New Jersey anymore.
Okay.
That's one of the states.
Well, then you know what? Then maybe those technologies, maybe those manufacturers have to take their business elsewhere.
That's right.
If they're actually building these RVs in California or New Jersey or some of these other ridiculous states, then they got to take that manufacturing elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's what they need to do.
Do they allow Bruce Springsteen's, his
tour
big bus?
Yeah.
Oh, man, what a great point.
Well, they just can't sell them there. You can drive them through, but you just can't buy one in one of those states. Yeah.
Oh, just wait, though.
Yeah.
Just wait, because it's the slippery slope.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Very good. California, man, and some of these other Democrat-run states, I guess the mass exodus from their states hasn't been enough of a clue as to the fact that people don't like how those states are being run. It is 6:52. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. And she's got the latest coming up at 7.
Yeah, a heads up for anyone wanting to travel west today. Highway 70 is shut down in both directions. We'll tell you what's happening there. Also, it's not just bad weather that may disrupt holiday travel this time around. We've got those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, here at the radio station, man, do we owe you folks a massive debt of gratitude.
As of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's rescue mission, providing more than a meal.
Yeah, that is outstanding. $288,000 raised, 101,000 meals. I mean, not only does that break the record that we set last year, thanks to you folks, but that actually obliterates the record by, tens of thousands of dollars, if I'm not mistaken, and also with the meal count as well. So thank you very much. We owe you folks such a thank you, and I don't know how else to say thank you except to say thank you, and I cannot wait to do this again next year. It is 6:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement costs. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, King & Associates Insurance, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com.
Good morning and welcome in. It's 7:01 and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash that's blocking things up on westbound 24 this morning at Bell Road. The right entrance lane has been blocked off. Careful as you're driving. We'll get you the full traffic and forecast in just about 5 minutes. Benton County schools closed today and a boil water advisory has been issued after a deadly crash on Highway 70 last night that caused a water main to rupture. The crash occurred in the eastbound lanes. However, Highway 70 is closed in both directions still this morning. A pedestrian was struck by a car overnight just north of downtown Nashville. This happened just before 2 o'clock this morning on West Trinity Lane near I-65. The pedestrian was taken to TriStar Skyline Medical Center. We have no information, though, on their condition. A member of the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua is among 4 people charged with sex trafficking in Chattanooga.
Investigators identified 30-year-old Audevis Rodriguez Carmona as a known member of the gang. Authorities say he was traveling through Chattanooga after being in Georgia 2 days prior to the November 18th arrests. He's suspected of committing violent crimes in Chicago and New York City. At last check, he was in the Hamilton County Jail in Chattanooga on a $125,000 bond. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The nation's airports are expected to fill up this morning as Americans head out for the holiday. There are a number of areas that are expecting bad weather, and that could disrupt travel. Then there's also the air traffic controllers.
A warning about staffing shortages in air traffic control. Travelers already experiencing delays.
I've been here all day. It's been quite frustrating.
The FAA saying it may have to slow air traffic in the Northeast because of that shortage of air traffic controllers. This as more than 50,000 flights take to the air today, the most this Thanksgiving travel period. The crush of travelers packing airports from Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson to Chicago's O'Hare.
That's ABC's Gio Benitez reporting. And we've just learned this morning that the Biden administration plans to require Medicare and Medicaid to cover weight loss medications. The new rule would dramatically expand access to Wegovy, Ozempic, and Mounjaro. Until now, Medicare and Medicaid have only provided insurance coverage for those drugs when they're used to treat conditions like diabetes. Futures ahead of the opening bell this morning mixed. Dow futures down, NASDAQ futures up 67, S&P futures gaining 15. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Crash in Antioch. It's on 24 westbound lanes just before Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. Also this morning, if you're traveling on 40, things may start to jam up around the airport area as everyone heads out for the holidays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. Tired but in a great mood because of you. Yesterday's Nashville's rescue mission brought in $288,000 for our broadcast. You donated enough money to buy 101,000 meals. That is huge. So once again, Nashville's Rescue Mission, our broadcast yesterday brought in record numbers, and we are so appreciative that you donated. You did this along with our sponsors. And so once again, thank you. And we'll be saying thank you all day today to you folks that donated and listened as well. It is 7:08 on Nashville's Morning News. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, always great to have you on. And, well, not really surprising, Jack Smith from the DOJ decided that he was going to drop the election interference case against Donald Trump. I want to get into some of the specifics here, but you and I have been talking about the whole situation, the challenge that he faced on a couple of different levels. Number one is the Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity. That's number one. And number two, that you can't prosecute a sitting president. So it's almost like the clock ran out on Jack Smith.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that's one thing that I'm glad you pointed out. Jack Smith, because the left is going to want to say this case had a lot of merit to it, but they just, backed down because of this DOJ policy. But it was going to be very hard for him to thread the needle on this after that presidential immunity Supreme Court decision. But you're right, the clock ran out, and that's why he was trying so hard to get this case tried before the election, which we all know, but they denied, this was political from the beginning, because this level of case, they wouldn't have cared about getting it tried so quickly. But it is just so great that this is coming to an end, and it's just such a disgrace for the DOJ. And you put this on top of everything else the DOJ has been doing and not doing for the past 4 years, and it's just been such a disservice to not just the citizens of the country, but the justice system as a whole. And just real quick, remember the parents at school board meetings, not prosecuting people outside of Brett Kavanaugh and other Supreme Court justices' homes, pro-life protesters, hiding, this was during Trump's first term, but hiding the fact that they knew the Hunter Biden laptop was real. All of these things, they've been more involved in politics than prosecuting criminals and keeping the country safe. Yep. And we've all suffered at some level because of it.
One of the things that we've pointed out is that the way that I guess this was filed, that they're doing it, and you're the lawyer, not me, something called without prejudice, which means that they can bring this back in 4 years. Are you worried about that this is basically being parked for 4 years, but Jack Smith or someone else can come along and bring these charges back up since Trump will no longer be in office?
Yeah, I'm not particularly worried, just because, and I'll probably be proven wrong. Maybe you'll have me on in 4 years to say, remember when you said this? But I just don't think, I think the Democratic Party, hopefully the saner heads in the party, which, believe me, there are not that many of them, but hopefully they'll carry the day on this, because it would really be insane if they brought somebody else. A Democrat wins in 4 years and they try to revive this case. I don't think it's particularly realistic, but I didn't think they would end up charging him based on these events to begin with. So, you're talking to somebody that didn't have this right from the beginning. But yeah, without prejudice simply means, if they want to bring it back, they can. If it was with prejudice, it means it's done. I mean, Donald Trump could solve this whole problem by pardoning everyone involved, including himself, and then this thing ends. And maybe he'll just
do you think he'll do that?
I think he should at least pardon, because the interesting thing, at least my understanding of what's going on, there's these cases, the case down in Florida, we call it the documents case, but it was the Mar-a-Lago raid. There were two other people charged that were sort of staffers of him. They were also charged in that offense. So I think he should pardon at least them, because it's like, they should never have to have the anxiety of this hanging over their head again. I don't think he necessarily needs to pardon himself. I don't think it's realistic, but I think he should pardon everyone involved, and then he should start, going through all the other political prosecutions. You've got Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro. You've got a lot of these January 6 cases that should, presumptively, I think, be pardoned. I would, look at them individually. If there's bad conduct involving hurting police officers or something else, then probably not. But most of those should go as well.
Yeah,
But
Trump has said he'll look at these. At least he said in the past that he would look at these on a case-by-case basis. And Jonathan, he said exactly what you just said. If somebody physically attacked a police officer, there's evidence, then that needs to be looked at individually. But en masse, you've got all of these cases where these folks, the J6ers, they're just being treated so incredibly unfairly. So we'll see if he does something on day one. I do want to play for you village idiot Dan Goldman, of course, from New York. And he was talking about, because I don't know if you saw the coverage yesterday, but heads were exploding when Jack Smith decided to drop the case against Donald Trump.
I think it is a shame for justice in this country. It establishes that Donald Trump is above the law. The Supreme Court put him above the law in that opinion that Paula just mentioned. But now he appears to escape full accountability for what were crimes charged by a grand jury. And I would just add one other thing that we ought to pay close attention to. We cannot normalize the fact that Donald Trump, as the president-elect, should not be held accountable for crimes that he committed before.
So, I mean, this is, of course, again, Dan Goldman, and there's not a camera that he doesn't like or a microphone that he doesn't like. But one of the things that he
although there are a lot of cameras that don't like him, but yeah, I agree.
Yes. But my point would be that he's castigating, he's talking about, well, the grand jury said this, but completely discounting that the Supreme Court, the highest court in our country, has said that Donald Trump has presidential immunity. So on the one hand, he's talking about the grand jury and completely politicizing the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it is just so funny how they can't even weave a consistent theme to attack Donald Trump, because now apparently the grand jury, which is just citizens full from the community, should be the highest court in the land, right? Everything should go to the grand jury. It's insane. But you listen to him. I mean, I forgot that quote, and but remember he had that quote that basically something about Donald Trump needing to be stopped, but basically the implication was very, semi-violent. And he, he's been so far out there. I mean, he defends the Alvin Bragg case, so it's like, he's just way out there. He's angry. And it's funny watching the Democratic Party. It does seem like the politicians seem to think the crazies on the left is the way to pivot to, because more of them seem to be going in that direction than the normal route, which I'm happy about. But, you got Josh Shapiro and a few people, maybe, Fetterman, that are sort of trying to have a little normalcy. But then you've got all of these other people, Newsom, the governor of Massachusetts, the governor of Illinois, that are basically doubling down on this far left nonsense. And it does show you where the Democratic Party actually is in terms of at least the hierarchy and the leadership of their party.
A little bit more with Jonathan Fahey coming up, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:16, sunny by this afternoon and a high of 52. Jonathan, you mentioned a couple of people. There's like the rogues gallery of idiots, right? You've got the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. You've got the governor of, the governor of Massachusetts. You've got the mayor of Massachusetts. The mayor of Denver, I just spent a segment in the previous hour talking about this Mike Johnston, the mayor of Denver, and about he is saying that he is willing to go to jail to stop Donald Trump from implementing his policies, his immigration policies. And so this now is becoming a situation where you could actually see local elected officials deliberately interfering with the policy of Donald Trump in mass deportation and end up going to jail. I mean, Tom Homan has said as much. Also, they'd give up some federal funding as well. How big of a fight is this going to be? The mass deportation, where you have J.D. Pritzker of Illinois, Gavin Newsom is saying what he is saying as well. There's going to be a big fight.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big fight, a big show. But I think what this mayor of Denver doesn't realize, there's a statute on the book harboring illegal aliens. It's 8 U.S.C. 1324, which basically says if you do anything to conceal, hide, anything of somebody that you either know or should, or reckless disregard of the fact they're an illegal alien, it's a federal felony, and that's an offense that gets charged regularly. So these local officials that are directing people not to cooperate, either in jail, and these are always people in jail, and they always try to hide this. The sanctuary cities are protecting criminals, that are in jail, like Laken Riley's killer. That's Eric Adams, handiwork there. Yep. So it is funny that, if they want to posture, I think they're going to lose. I think the resolve is there. Tom Homan's not messing around. They brought 12 million illegal aliens in, encouraging them to falsely claim asylum, and that was Mayorkas and the whole administration, knowing these were not legitimate asylum seekers. So this idea to deport the criminals, the people that come in and commit additional crimes, is somehow hurting their citizens. It's like, who are their citizens? They seem more interested in representing citizens of foreign countries than their own citizens. And it's just after the Laken Riley trial, I don't see how anyone can still support sanctuary cities. It totally baffles me, but I think part of it, they lie and they'll say, we're not going to let anyone deport from a preschool anymore, just some nonsense that they always throw out there. But I think people are so tired of this, and it's gotten so extreme. Yep. And I think they lose both the PR war on it, even though the media will try to help them. And if they want to go to jail, go to jail. Maybe they could, share a cell with somebody from Trende or Wagua or somewhere else and, hit it off.
Well,
but they don't have the right to violate federal law.
No,
they want to talk about. Yeah, like Donald Trump can't, but they can, right?
And here's the thing. You want to talk about tone deaf. We had this story out of Denver. Aurora, Colorado is some parts of Aurora are actually part of Denver. And so you had Trende Aragua flown into Denver. They travel, to Aurora, and they take over these apartment complexes. And the people of Denver, and certainly the people of Aurora, they're frustrated at what they've seen. And like a virus, I said this earlier in the show, like a virus, Trende Aragua, they are spreading. And so for the mayor to say, oh, we're going to block Donald Trump as he tries to get, sex trafficking, drug dealing, murderous Trende Aragua gang members out of our state and out of our city, that is just insane. I want to play real quickly. One audio bite for you. This is from MSNBC. We don't have a lot of time, but they're talking, just going back to the Donald Trump, Jack Smith dropped charges. This is what they said about this story.
How do you think this plays politically? I mean, if people know about it, right? Mm-hmm. One of the things is we saw all these cases and they never broke through because the media is different, right? It's on podcasts, it's Joe Rogan. So, if it ends up being talked about on Joe Rogan, then people will find out about it. And if it doesn't, then it won't. I mean, that's the sort of siloed effect we're in right now.
They're complaining that Joe Rogan wasn't talking about the Jack Smith case, when in reality he did. Joe Rogan talked about the Jack Smith case. Heck, he talked about it with Donald Trump. I think MSNBC, what's very quickly, Jonathan, what's happening is NBC, they've had a few comments now that I've played where they're complaining about the fact that, a podcaster like Joe Rogan, for example, has, many times more viewers than they do. And I think part of the dynamic here is that Rogan, seems to me, he's just a curious sort that asks all the right questions and gives an honest opinion. MSNBC, what they say has been one lie after another, and the American people have figured that out.
You're exactly right. And I think people are so tired of it. It's fun watching them now because they're just so utterly defeated, and you can just see it in their eyes. But it is funny that it's like, they're upset because they don't get to control the narrative. And you've heard a lot of politicians on the left saying this, basically we have to do more basically on the censorship, area. We need to eliminate other forms of information as opposed to maybe we should get some ideas, support ideas that help the American public rather than just narrow slivers of the far left, and maybe they would be more popular. But it is pathetic that it's no one, I shouldn't say no one, they have people that watch them, but people that just sit there, complain, hate, are full of hate, calling everyone that disagrees racist, Hitler, or whatever. That's not going to have a broad appeal. Sorry. It's
shocker, right?
Yeah, Joe Rogan is not some right winger. But he does ask interesting questions, and I could think of interesting questions to ask both sides, and they never can. They clearly can too, and they don't try.
All right, Jonathan, always great to have you on. Have a great Thanksgiving. If I don't speak to you again, it is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's rescue mission, providing more than a meal.
7:23, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up at 7:30?
Well, 3 guys arrested after they were spotted sitting on top of the AT&T building, and there is some new and disturbing video out about this too. Also, was it just an accounting error? An employee steals $150 million from one of the nation's biggest department stores. We've got those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:24, Dan Mandis here. Are the relatives coming to your home for Thanksgiving dinner? Well, let Busy Bee help you by ensuring that your home is in-law and relative ready. Now, Busy Bee right now has a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $6,995. Now, this system offers a great balance of energy, efficiency, performance, and year-round comfort for residential homes. How about $750 off an upright tanked water heater with circulation kit or a free package upgrade for air duct cleaning? Basically, what you're going to do is buy a basic air duct cleaning, and Busy Bee will upgrade you to their next package level for free. Bottom line here, friends, is Busy Bee, they're always looking for ways to save you money, and every single month they do have multiple ways to save you money. Find them all at their website, busybeehvac.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, online anytime, busybeehvac.com. They are your Rude Pro partner. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Good morning. It's 7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 42 degrees and mostly cloudy now. A cool start, and we're getting only to 53 later today. Stick around for traffic coming up right after the news. Metro police arresting 3 men from out of state after a concerned citizen called police to say they were on top of the AT&T building.
On the top of the AT&T building, like on the tower parts. They don't look like they're supposed to be there, and it's a Sunday, so I can't imagine they're working.
Yeah, they were on top of the spires, looking down, taking pictures. New video just surfaced this morning of that. Police searched that building. They found the men hiding out in the 24th floor bathroom stall. They told police they heard that the top of the building was the best place to see the city. Well, they've been charged with illegally entering the building, but police also seized many cameras, a crowbar, and a screwdriver. The men were from California, Georgia, and Chicago. An accounting employee at Macy's is accused of falsifying records and stealing $150 million over 3 years. He did it by entering the wrong information about delivery expenses.
$150 million may sound like an awful lot of money to spend on shipping packages all over the place. But to Macy's, that's a drop in the bucket. Macy's spends more than $4 billion a year on deliveries. So 150 million of that really isn't very much in the grand scheme.
ABC's Aaron Katersky, the employee, is no longer working for Macy's, but it's not clear if that person has been charged with a crime while the investigation goes on. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looking at stocks here, mixed. The futures, the Dow futures down 128, but we've got NASDAQ futures gaining 47. S&P futures are up 12. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, would you look at that? The roads look pretty good at this point. 24, no delays so far. We have no delays to speak of on 65. 40 may be backing up around the airport area. That's a lot of folks heading to the airport to get away for the holiday. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven 7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN got a stupid alert. What is a stupid alert? It means a celebrity has opened their mouth and started talking. And I've got the audio, and I've been really looking forward to playing this. Alec Baldwin is in Turin, Italy, and he says this about the American people. Listen close.
Television news in the United States is a business. They have to make money. And again, not to go into great detail about that, but there's a hole, there's a vacuum. There is a gap, if you will, in information for Americans.
He's saying that Americans really just don't know a lot of information. He says that news in this country and news television and so forth, you know, they're in it to make money. They need to make money. And so basically what he's saying is that the American people, they don't know a lot about news and politics.
Americans are very uninformed about reality, what's really going on.
Americans are uninformed about the reality of what's going on. That's what Alec Baldwin just said in Italy. Here's a little bit more.
With climate change, Ukraine, Israel, you name it, all the biggest topics in the world, Americans have an appetite for a little bit of information.
Americans have an appetite for a little bit of information when it comes to Ukraine, Israel, I don't know what else he said. Climate change. And do you know what I think is going on with Alec Baldwin? I think that right now the American people are actually more informed than we ever have been, not less, more. And it's because of YouTube. It's because of X. It's because of podcasters. It's because, you know, more mainstream outlets like Fox News and talk radio is still very popular. And so we do have, I believe, a far more informed electorate than we ever have, an American population than we ever have. They've been red-pilled. And so people like Alec Baldwin and politicians and the activists, they don't like that the American people know more than we ever have. We're on to them. And the more that we know, the less the opinions of a blowhard like Alec Baldwin are relevant. And that's why they all want to leave America. You know, one of the things that they said was, well, we want to leave America because we're not getting any respect. Why? Because we didn't vote the way that you told us to vote? And now Alec Baldwin has the gall to go to Italy and talk about how the American people are uninformed? I mean, screw you, Alec Baldwin. This is the problem with celebrities. And the other problem that Alec Baldwin has is that right now, celebrities, they don't have the same place in society that they once did. By and large, a lot of people absolutely detest celebrities. there's some of us, and I'll include myself in here, where I may go see your little movie. I may go back to my childhood when I was 10 and watch Star Wars, despite the idiocy of one Mark Hamill. But I don't give two you-know-whats about their opinions. And there's a part of me that gets more and more frustrated that they keep doing this and they don't understand really where their place in society is. Now, he has every right, Alec Baldwin has every right to say whatever it is that he wants to say. We live in a free country, and he was in Italy when he said this, but whatever. But this is how he feels about the American people, that they know a little bit, and that's really all they want to know is a little bit, because we're all in our little silos, and we only watch or listen to media that agrees with us or gives us a certain worldview. And so I saw this and I thought, wow, the whole thing with the Rust shooting, he hasn't been humbled a bit, has he?
Not at all.
He has not been humbled one bit. Here's a little bit more.
That vacuum is filled by the film industry, not just the independent film industry, not just the documentary film industry, which are very important around the world, but by narrative films as well, where the filmmakers and the buyers, the studios and the networks and the streamers are willing to go that way, and they're willing to try it.
So what he's saying is that this information, which, by the way, there's not an information vacuum, but he is saying, Alec Baldwin is saying in Turin, Italy, that there is an information vacuum in this country, and that vacuum is being, I'm kind of laughing even saying it, but that vacuum is being filled by the film industry. By the all-important film industry.
Especially the documentary, which is very important.
Yes. So you mean to tell me that, Wicked is filming that information vacuum? And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing Wicked. I am. And I know that they're a bunch of liberal a-holes. I do understand that. But you know what? If people in my life want to go see Wicked, then I'm going to go see Wicked. And I think it's going to be a good movie. I can separate. To a point, anyway, that I can separate.
Well, and the thing is, I think he probably does realize this. But the reason they're so frustrated is now we look at them more like street performers. We don't care about how they're living their lives. We don't care about them trying to enlighten us. We enjoy them entertaining us. But that's the extent of it. That's how far it goes.
Listen, nobody wants to see me go act in a movie. So they shouldn't be talking politics. Although, again, it is their right as Americans.
Exactly.
I think that what they're really just having a problem with is that just as they have their right as Americans to speak their mind, we have a right to speak back. And we have a right to ignore the really silly things that they say. But there's something very Dixie Chickish about Alec Baldwin going to Italy and saying that Americans are uninformed about what is really going on in the world. And that just couldn't be further from the truth. Not to belabor the point, but we have more information at our fingertips than ever before, especially now that Elon Musk has bought X and is considering buying MSNBC. We'll talk about that in a little bit, because there was, after the traffic, there's a great audio bite from CNN and Scott Jennings, as in basically what it is. It's Jennings versus CNN, right? And so Jennings is surrounded by all of these, liberals on the table. And they're, of course, doing what they do, which is attacking Scott Jennings, including a woman named Carrie Champion. I'm going to play that audio coming up next, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny today by the afternoon and a high of 52. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So Scott Jennings, of course, as you know, really one of, if not the only voices of reason on CNN. And he's surrounded by all of these progressives, all of these liberals. You know what I've noticed about Scott Jennings, by the way? I don't know if you folks follow him on Twitter or watch his stuff or whatever. I've noticed that he is really enjoying his job. Have you noticed this? Like, there's a bit of an eye roll, a bit of a smirk in his commentary now, because he's surrounded by all of these people that are still just, it's like they're so aghast that Donald Trump has won the election. And so just Jennings has a bit of a more spring in his step, if you will.
I've watched him when somebody on the set with him, sitting around the table with him, starts making comments or, going crazy. He smiles. He kind of chuckles and allows them to go on. And it is kind of funny.
And you know what he's doing? It's almost like he's telegraphing to all of us conservatives who watch his clips on X. It's like he's telegraphing to the conservatives, I know these people are idiots, but it's a paycheck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, this is one of those moments. They're talking about Elon Musk and the possibility of Elon Musk not only buying, he did buy X, obviously, but he's also considering, in a very public way, considering buying MSNBC.
Platforms are not regulated right now, which gives them carte blanche to whatever they want right now. Elon is not someone who likes to be regulated. And so to buy MSN, he would go under some federal regulations.
Who's regulating CNN right now?
The FCC.
We're not a broadcast. It's cable.
I mean, I don't really think cable stations are under the same regulatory structure.
It doesn't go over public airways.
That broadcast is.
It's definitely regulated more than than Facebook and
there's
Twitter.
Still, what she's saying is that there's still a litmus test of journalism that you have to pass. You can't come on TV and just make up things and say things.
What the hell are they talking about? Because on CNN, they make up stuff all the time. And so I heard this, and whether it's MSNBC or CNN, are you kidding? Number one, and I hate to keep going back to this, but the whole, Donald Trump Agenda 2025 or Project 2025, whatever you want to call it, where they said that was part of Donald Trump's official policy, and it wasn't. And CNN, over and over again, they talked about how it was. They said that Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden event was akin to, Hitler and Nazis and all that. CNN makes stuff up all the time. And don't even get me started on MSNBC. Now, as far as FCC and regulation, so on cable, and I don't know, Johnny or Joan, maybe you guys know more about this than I do, but basically when it comes to media regulation, there is less oversight over the cable channels than there is on, like, for example, radio stations. On radio stations, I can't drop down the F-bomb no matter how much I want to at times. I can't curse the 7 dirty words, which I don't even know what they are. Johnny, do you actually know what the 7 dirties are? I don't.
This requires getting the actual recording of that.
Oh, well.
Yes.
That's the best.
Okay.
George Carlin.
Yeah.
George Carlin?
Yes.
Okay, now, forgive me. Is that something we can air on the radio?
No.
Oh, very good. Listen, I
No,
don't,
Dan.
I've never actually...
You can, but it'll be the last thing you
I've never actually heard it. Well, George Carlin was brilliant, so...
Yes, he was.
I know that there's certain words that I'm not allowed to say, and I, by and large, know what they are. I hope I know what they are. I think I know what they are. Anyway, listen, I've been doing this for 30-plus years. I'm still here, so clearly I haven't screwed up too bad. Anyway.
And you won a Marconi.
And that's exactly right. That somehow won a Marconi. Anyway, so bottom line is you've got these folks within this segment on CNN with Scott Jennings, and it sounds to me like, and again, it goes right back to Alec Baldwin, where they're talking about how the American people are uninformed and so forth, and they're not willing to understand or learn what is really going on in the world. Then you have this on CNN where they're talking about how Elon Musk and conservatives and, they only want to hear one side of the story and all these other things. And it's like, you know, do you hear yourself?
That happens on X. Please don't give me the eyebrow furrow as if you don't know what I'm talking about. It happens often on X. I can go and say the color is blue, and I will be met with so many disrespectful remarks. No one's regulating the N-word. No one's regulating the criticism. No one is regulating how people are treated.
How much government regulation of the First Amendment are you for?
Let me tell you something.
Did you hear that, by the way? I love that. How much regulation of the First Amendment are you for? And you know, the funny thing is, she says, well, I can get on on X and say that the sky is blue, and I can be met with all kind of anger and vitriol. Well, what if the sky is gray that day? Right? I mean, what if there's clouds in the sky? Then, okay, well, then the sky is gray today, not blue. In other words, you can be wrong, and just because people respond to the wrong information that you on CNN put out all the time, and don't make me go through the litany of all of the wrong or fake news that CNN has broadcast over the years. And so I find all the journalistic pearl clutching interesting and ironic, because CNN, one of the biggest purveyors of fake news. And I love how she's going after Scott Jennings. Don't give me the furrowed brow, Scott. And you know that Jennings is like, okay, how about if I give you the middle finger?
If I came on here and I just started calling you all kind of names, do you think the bosses would let me continue to do that?
I mean, it happens to me occasionally. I don't know if you watch
it doesn't
the show.
happen to you, but it doesn't happen for me. And I know that I wouldn't be able to do that. There's a level of professionalism in what we do here, because we are journalists and we adhere to something, at least morally. And there is no moral compass on this thing called. You're also having a.
No, whatever.
There's such.
I mean,
they take the moral high ground all
We're
the time.
journalists.
Yes, with a capital J.
That's right. We're professionals.
I got to tell you that when I heard that the first time, you know when I talk about the litany, right? So all of the things that CNN has reported over the years that we all knew was false, or they were not telling the truth. I mean, I go down the line, right? So they supported Alejandro Mayorkas when he said the border, and Kamala Harris when they said that the border was secure. CNN, it wasn't until way, way after the fact that we all knew that CNN was lying. They finally admitted that, no, the border is not secure. We could talk about the lab leak with COVID, where all of us were saying that COVID escaped from that Chinese lab. And CNN, finally, after years of people like us, we're getting threatened of cancellation if we keep talking about that because it's racist. Well, it turns out we were right. CNN, it took them way too long to report the truth. What about the whipping of Haitians, where you had CNN and MSNBC and New York Times, Washington Post, all of them reporting that those Haitians were whipped there at the southern border? Never actually happened. And we knew the truth on talk radio. We knew the truth literally immediately. We knew the truth. I was on the air that day. And yet they reported that with the help of Cringe Jean-Pierre and Joe Biden. They continued to report that those Haitians were whipped for weeks after the fact, even though people knew the actual truth that they were not whipped and that Alejandro Mayorkas, they were intentionally lying to the American people. So I just, you know what, you say to CNN, give it a rest. People know that you people have been lying. Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. There's another one. I could do this all day long, but I'm not going to. 7:55 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to tell you about my friends at Xfinity. Of course, every night at home and homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we can stay connected in my house with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now, just so you know, I've been an Xfinity customer for years and years. Now, homework and radio shows, they don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. And by the way, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call them 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. You can always find them online at xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. It is 7:55 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan, what's coming up?
Metro Nashville police offering a $5,000 reward for helping to solve the murder of an Antioch shop owner. Also, have you ever wanted to just call the police when you see someone driving recklessly? You can, and we're going to tell you how. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Well, good morning. It's 8:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Mostly cloudy, 42 right now. Metro Nashville police say they're working leads and offering a $5,000 reward for information about a shooting at an Antioch shopping plaza that killed a shop owner who then drove his car through the wall of a dental shop. The man is this man, his name is Jawan Myatt, tells Channel 4 that he worked for the victim at Hot Stuff Spicy Chicken.
Stuff does happen around here often, honestly. This area is not a good area, honestly. It can get very nasty out here.
Police are sifting through hours of surveillance video to identify the shooters. Tomorrow is expected to be the busiest day on the roads as holiday travelers head to their destinations. Tennessee Highway Patrol is out with their reminders that there's no reason to rush.
More people on the roadway just makes it harder to maneuver. Stop longer to stop sign, stop longer to red light before you turn right. Pay attention because there's just more cars. Sometimes you misjudge their speed.
That's Colonel Matt Perry speaking to Channel 4. He says if you see someone driving recklessly, you can dial star THP to report what you're seeing. Also, TDOT is halting construction on the state's interstates and highways for the holiday, freeing up all lanes to travelers. That begins tomorrow at noon. It'll run through Monday, December 2nd, and there may be some exceptions, so keep your eyes on the road. Well, here's an idea. How about taking away MSNBC's seat in the White House briefing room and giving it to podcasters like Joe Rogan or Michael Knowles? Well, that's exactly what Donald Trump Jr. tells the Daily Wire that his father's considering, saying the New York Times, for instance, functions as the marketing arm of the Democrat Party. That's Donald Jr.'s words. So why not open it up to people with unbiased views? It's an idea at this point, not, however, a solid change. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Opening bell set to ring at about 27 minutes, and here's what'll move the markets today with Jim Ryan.
President-elect Donald Trump has ramped up the trade rhetoric, promising to raise tariffs on Chinese imports by an additional 10% and to impose 25% tariffs on goods coming into the U.S. from Canada and Mexico. He cites illegal immigration and illicit drugs as the reason. And Starbucks is dealing with a software mess. A ransomware attack on one of its suppliers is affecting the payroll and scheduling of the coffee chain's baristas. Starbucks says the outages do not affect customer service. It's promising to make sure that all of its workers are paid properly.
Dow futures are down 170 right now, but NASDAQ futures are plus 65, S&P futures gaining 14. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No accidents to speak of, but it is delayed in some spots between Laverne and Antioch as you travel westbound on 24 this morning. And things may be jamming up around the airport area as a lot of folks are heading to the airport to get away for the holiday. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Information fueled,
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. Matthew Hurt is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Matthew, always great to have you on. Just going to touch on a few political topics, and Donald Trump, the transition does continue. Matthew, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Dan, and I just want to congratulate you and the team at WWTN for your excellent work on the Nashville Rescue Mission drive yesterday. Like $288,000, something like 101,000 meals.
Yeah.
Excellent work as we head into the Thanksgiving holiday for a population that is underserved. And what the Nashville Rescue Mission does is so important. So congratulations to you guys on what a successful drive that you had yesterday.
Yeah, it's not us. It's the listeners of WTN. And yeah, $288,000. To be more precise, $288,400 raised by WTN listeners. That does buy 101,000 meals. Thank you very much for everyone for donating. Special thanks, of course, to our sponsors as well. We couldn't do not only that broadcast, but we couldn't do what we do every single day without both of those folks, whether it's our sponsors or the listeners. So thank you very much for that, Matthew. Now, let's get on to Trump's transition. So it's been a couple of days because we had the rescue mission yesterday. So there's Pete Hegseth is still in the running. Obviously, I don't know if he's sorry that he threw his name, accepted his hat being thrown in the ring for defense secretary. You think he's going to get confirmed? I mean, I think that there's a lot of things that are suspicious, and I don't need to go through that story yet again. People know what's going on with Pete Hegseth. To me, I think the woman's story, it has a lot of holes. But then you have to have the uncomfortable conversation about the fact that there's been a lot of infidelity in his marriages. So, I mean, there's that aspect of it, too. Do you think he's going to ultimately end up getting confirmed?
I worked alongside Pete for several years at an activist organization where he was solely focused on veterans issues. And I can tell you, without going too far into the weeds, that organization had a level of operational security where they knew the kinds of things that their staff were doing both on and off the clock. And I think that Pete's response at the end of last week was pretty good. So the last time you and I talked about this, it is, was this going to become a distraction? I even saw into the weekend reporters still trying to make it an issue using what they knew to be fake or discredited lines of attack. I'll say this. I think that Pete is certainly doing better than Matt Gaetz was at this stage. It doesn't appear, from my perspective, that it will. Dan, it's complicated. I think that Pete has a good chance of landing in the administration. I thought that he'd be a better pick for Veterans Affairs, just given the totality of his work. Yep. And so if it were to come through the Senate, I think you would see more concerns about qualifications for the role specifically, rather than the questions about what I think are a distraction. The police report is pretty clear. Yep. There are plenty of holes in the story. This is something that I think, many people have flaws. Many people have bankruptcies and divorce and infidelity. It's an unfortunate situation, an unfortunate condition of human nature. And we are flawed people.
Well, please, senators in Washington, D.C. and politicians by and large, let's please hand-wring over some infidelity, because we know that by and large, Washington, D.C. very much is a den of iniquity. So, I mean, don't get me started on pearl clutching in Washington, D.C. That is just a joke. I think my 2 cents is I would agree with you on Veterans Affairs. However, Trump has made the decision that he's made. I personally believe that Pete Hegseth would be somebody who would be very good as Secretary of Defense. we'll have to see what they ultimately decide there in the Senate if he ends up going through the confirmation hearings. Pam Bondi, I think, was a great pick for Donald Trump. I think you and I already spoke about Pam Bondi, but I think she's going to sail right through as Attorney General.
Yeah, the headlines make it look like she's all set for confirmation. Of course, as I said the last time, these processes will actually kick in mid-January, and hopefully a good number of these folks will be confirmed by the end of January into early February. But it seems like the trade-out from Matt Gaetz' withdrawal to Pam Bondi's sort of nomination is a much more secure bet for the incoming Trump administration.
Do you know what I don't know what, because you and I have spoken about Scott Presler before, that Scott Presler is the guy who really brought out the vote in Pennsylvania. And so some people have said, will Trump tap Scott Presler to do anything within the administration? And I think that Scott, just like Robbie Starbuck here in Nashville, I think they do such great work outside of Washington, D.C., that I think Scott Presler needs to stay exactly where he's at.
There are some people who work well inside the infrastructure, and there are some people who work better relatively unconstrained by the scrutiny of the government infrastructure. I think Scott's in that role. I think that somebody like me, I'm in that role. People have asked me, do I want to go to the administration? The desire to serve, for the furtherance of protection of our Constitution and this American dream is strong with me, but I think that skills like what Scott has in the field and like what I do among grassroots activists are better suited outside of that official structure in complement to what a Trump administration would accomplish officially.
One of the things that Donald Trump has to do is, he's got to, fill his cabinet, and he's obviously well on his way to doing that. I think that some of his picks are, more unique than others. I think some are really good, and some, again, have been a bit of a challenge to digest. But he's got thousands of other roles that need to be filled. And how does he go about doing that inside Washington, D.C.?
There are two things that happen. First of all, there's a book called The Plum Book, Plum, and that shows every single role for which the president will make an appointment. There are thousands, 3,000 or 4,000 of these roles. A lot of the lower level, entry level, and mid level roles won't actually be filled until March, April, May of next year, after the confirmations take place, once there is a leader in the department who can make those decisions. But then there is a transition portal, which was made live earlier this week, I think over the weekend, and people can begin to apply. Now, it is a very rigorous process. You have to provide a litany of forms and things, but federal service, particularly under the Trump administration, I think is a noble thing, and there is now a way for people to apply to start that process.
8:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matthew Hurt is joining us. Got a little bit more coming up next. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny by this afternoon, a high of 52, right now 41 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. While you were talking, and it's no disrespect, Matthew, but something caught my eye on the Super Text line. 7148, I don't know, apparently out of Arizona, but something has triggered 7148 this morning. And her last of 15 really long-winded, hate-filled texts ends with, like I say, I'm a DeSantis chick, not a Trump chump. So I mean, apparently TDS is still. These are like 5-paragraph text messages to yours truly just this morning. It's like, good Lord, clearly TDS is still strong in some folks on the right.
Yeah, here's the thing, Dan, and it may not be a surprise to some of your listeners. I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary here this year in Virginia. I actually flew to Iowa and spoke on DeSantis's behalf in the Iowa caucuses. But this is something where, particularly for in the way that we do politics and governance in the United States, President Trump very quickly got the nomination. It was very clear he was going to be the nominee. And not only that, but by millions of votes, the American people decided Donald John Trump deserves to be the president again. And so this is something where we can disagree in a nominating contest, but it was very clear very early in the process that Trump was going to be the nominee. And then millions more voters cast ballots for him than they did for Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. And he is going to serve as president for the next 4 years. And you can be okay with that, or you can shut up for 4 years or criticize from the outside if you'd like. But I think that what we've got is Donald Trump is going to appoint people who may not have voted for him in the primary, and that's okay. It's okay to have, particularly in the Republican Party, to have a wide view of candidates you like and policies you support. But in this political system, a winner-take-all, first-past-the-post, two-party system, you've got one or another choice, and the choice this time got into the White House, and we've got 4 years to do the right thing by the American people.
So let me ask you this, because I find it interesting. You've got Elon Musk possibly buying MSNBC. It is all over the news this morning, has been in the last couple of days. What do you think about that? Do you think that'd be – I personally think that would be good if he turned it into like, a cable version of X.
Air America was a radio station or radio network a decade ago or more, and it failed. The market spoke. People didn't want to hear left-wing radio. MSNBC has fewer viewers in prime time than do some commercial conservative talk radio stations. The market is speaking there. And if Elon Musk were to buy it wholesale and staff the primetime lineup with Joe Rogan and other people, I think that would be, it's on par with the kind of trolling that Elon Musk does on Twitter or on X. But I think it would give the American people something else to see on TV, entertainment and news and commentary that would be interesting. I would watch it. I mean, I watch MSNBC now for the same sort of humorous content that I might watch a Musk-owned MSNBC.
Yeah, it is kind of fun to watch. We were talking earlier, I don't know if you heard it, but we were talking earlier about the joy of watching Scott Jennings on CNN, because I think that he's just got a little bit more of a spring in his step, because he is surrounded by all of these people that just can't believe that Donald Trump won, and he's like the sole voice of reason. And it's like he's the teacher in an elementary school. That's what it's like with Scott Jennings. He's surrounded by all these immature people that just can't believe that Donald Trump won. And it's like he's looking at the camera and he's telegraphing to all the conservatives that are watching either his clips on X or whatever. And it's like he's telegraphing, you know what? It's a paycheck.
I first encountered Scott Jennings as a regular listener of government-funded NPR here in the D.C. market, and I apologize. But his messaging last year in 2023 was so masterful to the NPR audience. And now that he's on CNN, he's very well equipped at sitting across 4 or 5 liberals and really just taking them to task in a way that is surgical, that he's really playing to the audience. Your average CNN viewer is middle of the road or left of center, and he does such an excellent job making the point with humor and with grace and with intelligence. He is certainly one of the best communicators and was one of the best surrogates for Trump in this campaign.
All right, 8:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Matthew Hurt is joining us. Matthew, what do you got going on for Thanksgiving and coming back home to Murfreesboro?
I will be back in Murfreesboro through the end of the week, spending time with family. I'm so excited about the opportunity to come back. But it is nonstop work outside of Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I'm so excited about the opportunity we have to make America great again.
All right, Matthew Hurt, thank you very much for joining us. How can folks follow you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheHurtt.
All right, very good. 822, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Dan Mandis here. Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall with Mark Spain Real Estate. Their guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. Dan Mandis here, and yes, with that guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Listener Ryan said that Mark Spain Real Estate exceeded their expectations by helping them achieve significantly over their asking price. He says, we can't recommend Mark Spain enough, and I am in the same boat. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. Call them 855-299-SOLD. That's 855-299-SOLD. Find them online. It is markspain.com. That's markspain.com. 822 on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Dan, what President Trump plans to do on day one, and it's got world leaders worried. Also, cleanup on aisle 3. Walmart shatters its woke programs. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 823, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, you heard Matthew and I talking about it a little bit. Nashville's Rescue Mission radiothon, the broadcast yesterday. We owe you a lot of thanks. Let me tell you why. Because we were able to raise, with you, $288,000. And yes, that does buy 101,000 meals. And this is, again, and I feel like we say this every single time, but this is for us an all-time record.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's Rescue Mission, providing more than a meal.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning. It's 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump is threatening to impose sweeping new tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China on day one of his administration.
If enacted, these tariffs could violate the terms of the trade agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada, which Trump signed into law during his first term. Trump also accused China of sending drugs pouring into our country, threatening an additional 10% tariff on all Chinese products, too. Trump's comments drawing responses from trade partners. The Chinese embassy saying economic and trade cooperation is essentially mutually beneficial. No one will win in a trade war or a tariff war.
That's ABC's Selena Wang reporting. Blood plasma and platelets are at dangerously low levels in mid-Tennessee. That's according to Blood Assurance, which says blood donations typically fall off during the holidays. O negative and AB plasma donors are the most needed. Blood Assurance is offering incentives like $25 to $40 gift cards to encourage you to roll up your sleeve. Walmart is backing off its DEI programs. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
The world's largest retailer says it's rolling back some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Robbie Starbuck, a political commentator and anti-DEI activist, celebrated the development. He's previously pressured companies, including Lowe's and John Deere, to change their policies.
We were able to have frank conversations with Walmart power. And as I've said for a long time, I don't ask companies to take on my political views. I am simply advocating for corporate neutrality.
Walmart says many of the changes to its DEI programs were already planned and not a result of conversations with Starbucks.
Moments after the opening bell, here we've got the Dow Jones Industrials down 140 points. NASDAQ is up 61, and the S&P 500 index is adding 13 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here. My friends at Cove Generators, they are here to help you keep the power on when the power goes out. Right now, Cove Generators, they're offering you a free 10-year warranty, and that is over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it with Cove Generators. They also offer great financing options as well. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. Here's that phone number, 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. Cove Generators can also service your Generac automatic standby generators or any brand of generator that you own. Now, don't forget that great deal. You can call it the Dan deal. Right now, they are offering you a free 10-year warranty. That is over $1,000 value. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Still some minor delays hanging around on 24 westbound lanes near Antioch this morning, and it could get busy around the airport, but at the moment, things are looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of four. Joan Jones is here. Hello, Joan.
Hello there.
Joan found out today that I'm really good at like sneaking up on somebody.
Yeah, scared the daylights out of me.
You snuck up on her back there?
I sure did.
Jeez.
Chris Hand is here, Johnny's here, and I'm Sneaky Dan.
You know, I also had the urge to sneak up on Joan this morning in the middle of her newscast.
Did you really?
I wanted to do it while she was doing the news. I was going to sneak up behind her and do the Trump dance.
Donald Trump dance.
And right as I was about to do it, I realized she was talking about a murder. So I thought it probably wasn't the best timing.
Probably timing not the best.
Pop in and start dancing. It's not a good look. It's not a good look, so I didn't do it.
So I went in to compliment Joan on her teases. And I was sort of like trying to get her attention without being like weird or creepy. And
she gets in the zone back there.
She
Have
does.
you noticed that?
Yes, she does.
And then she turns around. She's like, "Oh my God, Dan, what are you doing there?" It's like I wanted to.
It's a solid Joan.
Well,
it is, isn't it?
In the dust it wasn't in the dust encrusted news corner that I work. I don't expect anyone to come back here. So
well, we all get we've got to get the fumigation suits on, and it's just kind of a pain in the butt.
If she turns around too quick, the dust gets kicked up, and then allergies are going.
Then he starts sneezing on the air.
Everybody starts getting upset because the dust will actually make it into the board. We just can't possibly have that.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
So the moral of the story is stop sneaking up on me.
Actually, if people look at the I don't know what's the camera of. I never look at the Super Talk TV. Can you see the door? Like when
It's
Joan
right
is
behind
doing her
me.
newscast,
Yes.
can you see the door?
Yeah, you see the door.
I think it was Wednesday. I came back and Joan was she wasn't actually on the air, but Joan, you had your headphones on.
Yeah. Oh no.
And so I don't know if the camera was on her at the time, but I went back there to try to engage you in conversation.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get your attention.
Oh,
and
really?
I just kind of defeatedly walked away.
I've done that.
Yeah, so it'd be pretty funny if somebody saw me like lingering behind Joan.
Yes.
It's like, oh God, what's Mandis going to do?
Creeper guy.
Yeah, that's why I never tell her goodbye when I leave, because I've tried to say goodbye before, and she's engrossed.
If I have my headphones on, like a lot of times I'm listening to one thing in my headphones and another thing on the board, so I have two different things going at the same time. I can't pay that much attention.
Well, then when you don't get the obligatory goodbye from yours truly, or you're not included in all the...
Dan, you never say bye.
You really don't sometimes.
No, 9 o'clock hits, like as soon as that sound hits.
Dan is the master of the Irish exit.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Irish, what's that?
The Irish exit is when you don't say goodbye to anybody, you just disappear.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the Irish exit.
That's what Phil Valentine was great at.
Oh, he would pull an Irish exit?
Even at events. He'd be at an event, and then people be looking for him. And he's long gone.
Well, we have like a company Christmas party next week, and I'm wondering how early I can do the Irish exit. Get in and
you're
get
going?
out.
You're
Yeah,
going to
I'm
go,
gonna
really?
You're really going to go?
You guys aren't?
No.
It's a school night.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? I can't go to that stuff.
I figured I had to.
That's tie nighty winky time for us.
Yeah.
All right.
Starts at 6 o'clock. I'm like in my slippers by then.
I'm
They
in
have
pajamas
discounted
going.
hotel rooms, guys.
I have already...
Yeah. I saw those discounts.
I also thought, am I the only one that thought you throw a holiday party on Thursday and then you get your employees discounted hotel rooms? What's the productivity looking like on Friday?
Well, mine will be sky high because I'm working.
All right, fair enough.
And I'm gonna have a full night's sleep. By 6 o'clock, I've usually had about 2 or 3 melatonin gummies.
Oh, jeez.
And yeah,
Wow. TMI.
what
kind?
melatonin gummy? Why is that a TMI?
Really? I don't know.
I do melatonin gummies.
Okay.
There's more fun gummies out there, I've heard.
I think there are, yeah.
I've heard that myself.
Yeah.
Well, there are, but not for a school night.
And I hear you sleep really well on those. I'm not sure.
Oh,
but-
I sure do.
I'd be afraid I'd never wake up. Like I'd be afraid my alarm would be going off at 2 o'clock and it would still be going at 6 in the morning.
You'd be in that news booth zone.
Yes.
In your sleep.
Well, the funny thing is, like, they don't always work for me. And so what happens then is then I'm really screwed. Like last night, perfect example. Had the radiothon. I actually stayed at the hotel across the street.
Slippery elm time. Wow.
Super Talk TV is down.
Did you guys see what just happened?
Yeah.
The camera fell. If you want to look at the square tiles above our heads, they're on Super Talk TV.
Now you can see the phone.
You know what though? I've for people listening on the radio, the Super Talk TV camera just came crashing and burning.
And for everybody watching, they're seeing Dan awkwardly try and put it back up.
This is what happens when you take CBD gummies.
Yeah, there you go. Now we get a good shot of his hands.
So how many gummies did you eat last night, Dan?
And were they the melatonin ones or the other?
No. All right, so just so we're clear.
I think it was the other. He's sideways.
This is the Batman
You're giving
shot.
Super Talk TV motion sickness.
I'm trying to fix it.
You're not.
Jeez, all right, you know what? This is terrible.
no.
You can't blame Jennifer Sheets this time.
I don't know what's going on.
It's a Tuesday.
I don't know what to do with
tilted
this.
mine sideways just to be,
You're
hanging
doing
out with
great,
you.
Dan.
Yeah,
Just
you
hold
are.
it just like that.
Keep it like that, Dan. Perfect.
Anyway, can you fix that or something?
I'll jump in.
But I've learned because the last time that thing fell, do you guys remember I dropped the S-bomb?
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, Joan, you weren't here yet. And why did that do that? Johnny, does that camera look fine now?
Looks great.
There you go.
The shine and everything.
Yeah,
It's got you in it, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's down again. It's down again.
What is going on with this thing?
I don't know. I think it took some melatonin gummies.
Whatever.
It goes along with the dust-encrusted news center.
They
is
got
what
a
it is.
contact high.
See, you know what the problem is? Now at the angle that it's at, now it's going right up my nose. It's going to see how my nose hair is coming out.
You mean you didn't wax them yet?
No, not yet, Joan. Anyway, I don't know what to do with this thing. Anyway, so
Carry on.
what were we talking about? I don't even
Very
know.
well.
Oh, so last night I took melatonin at the hotel, and it didn't take.
Uh-oh.
So now, all through the whole show, I'm drowsy as all get out. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not as sharp as I usually am, which really, I'm not really all that sharp. So
I'm looking at you, Johnny.
So the gummies didn't take until they did?
Yeah, well, they'll make me drowsy, but they may not put me to sleep.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
All right.
Do we have anything? I don't know what to do with this stupid camera, so I'm just gonna let it.
Just let it be.
I'd leave it
I
there.
wonder if people
Let it
have.
be.
Oh wait, I can move it like that. All right. Can you see the camera, Joan?
Yeah, I can see it.
How does that look? How's that?
It's terrific.
It looks kind of cool.
It's the Batman look.
It's kind of behind the scenes,
Get a little bubble up there, and we'll put boom, pow.
Yeah.
That's how I would describe this show today. Boom, pow.
Yeah.
It's like you're scaling the Batman building.
Yes.
Do you have these guys scaling the Batman building?
Am I the only one that thought they must have been up to something else? And that scaling
absolutely.
the tower was a
Absolutely.
distraction?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So,
All right.
so one of the
Distraction to what?
videos.
I don't know, but I just felt like I was like, there's more to that than meets the eye.
So
I
yeah,
think
they
they're
were carrying
I think they're
cameras.
parkour or base jumpers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're tourists.
I don't believe it. I
We're
don't trust it.
tourists. We're here in the great music city.
One of the guys was on his stomach balancing on top of the spire.
Is this the way to the rooftop bar?
Is Morgan Wallen up here?
That's funny. Yeah, I think that there's some
I want to
dopey
throw
YouTubers.
I want to throw a chair.
How do you get up to the top of the spire?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
it
that's
has
crazy.
It
Does
has,
it have the little ladder thing?
Yeah, it's some kind of construction around it. Kind of looks like a scaffolding around
Okay.
it.
Chris wanted to yell at me. Chris, go.
Oh,
Ooh, this would be good.
ice cold take on Wicked. Ice cold. Have you seen?
Okay, now literally all I said was that Amy.
Oh, no, what he said was, I'm going to see it. I don't really want to. And I'm like, that's ice cold. What are you doing?
No, Amy wants to go see Wicked, and I, to be honest, I saw the stage play and I loved it, and so I want to go see it.
All
And
right.
it's got to, it's got to.
Open your Twitter because I slid into the DMs. Okay. It says also, my wife and my daughter wanted to see Wicked.
Okay.
And I said to Virginia, I said, listen, Victoria, you need to wait until we find out what happens with this movie because it's Hollywood and everything is woke, right?
Right.
And everything they touch turns to bleep. So these interviews start circulating with Ariana Grande talking about the city of Oz and how much of a queer place it is. And it's so gay that even the chickens are frolicking around and they're gay.
Which audio is it?
Yeah,
The first one or the second
the
one?
one that says the chickens are gay. Let's start there. things I didn't know I'd be signing up to say on Super Talk.
Boy, how much did you send me today?
I always send you
Wicked
stuff.
is so okay. I'm gonna do this one, whatever it is. This is Ariana Grande.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Every day in the Emerald City is a pride parade.
Oh my God,
right?
yeah.
I mean, look at
That's actually great.
But it's true.
Yeah.
Even like the chickens.
The
Those
snow
chickens
leopard with
are
the little
gay.
cape.
Oh.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Dr. Dillman in that Bodie cardigan.
Oh.
Let's wake it up. Let's talk about it.
So
Are they drunk?
They might be,
Or
but
stoned?
I just want to be honest. I have nothing against
gay chickens?
grown adult chickens that want to live their life. Okay,
Exactly.
That's not the thing. But as a dad, this is sending up woke red flags, like at lightning speed.
Right.
Why would you send your big star out to do press at this point? We saw what happened with Snow White, the live action. That gets pushed
goodness,
back.
that she is a train
Then you
wreck.
send Ariana Grande out to say the chickens are gay.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Wait a
why
minute,
are you doing this?
Alex Jones said the frogs are gay.
And he was right.
Well, how do you know Ariana Grande is not right?
I didn't say she was wrong.
So she could be factual in saying that the chickens are gay.
I'm just saying it's throwing up woke red flags.
All right, if Alex Jones said the chickens were gay, would you have the same opinion? You hypocrite.
I would not let Kennedy see it.
Right.
And for the record,
But that discussion
I don't let her watch Alex Jones rants either.
Okay, go ahead.
Not yet.
that discussion led to Ariana Grande, I guess, outing her co-star.
As gay?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that the one next to her?
Yeah.
Well, everybody knows that she's gay.
Yeah,
okay. I didn't know that.
It passed the eye test, right? I mean,
the gaydar.
I mean, I don't even know who this woman is. I can tell she's gay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super gay.
You want to hear the rest? Are they gayer than the chickens?
Maybe.
Okay. You want to hear the rest of the audio, but the chickens are gay audio?
We can play the rest of it.
I want that cardigan, and let's just talk for a minute about him and his little custom tea device as well, his little teacup. Dr. Dilly. With his tea and his cardigan. No. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's true.
Gay icon, Dr.
For
Dill.
sure. I do think that scene with his teacher friends or his animal friends, they're all a little bit like
very chic.
You know, snow leopards lounging on the couch.
And the little Tamarin monkey.
I do. I think they're
stoned.
They're stoned.
Yeah, they're very stoned.
They might be, but why would you? At this point, if you're a Hollywood director, why would you send your main stars out to even do press? What you're doing is you're taking dads like me and going, no, we're not going to see that one. I don't need to see anything else. But that movie could have survived off the strength of the play.
See, I don't watch this kind of stuff. Like I could care two craps about what Ariana Grande or this other woman says. They're in the movie, but I don't watch the media. I don't watch the press. And so I didn't.
But don't you think that they would alienate half of their potential audience with this kind of stuff?
Well, yeah. I guarantee the producers are like, would you shut up?
Why send them out for press?
You're right, because Wicked has a great brand.
Yeah.
But Ariana Grande is huge with the younger crowd.
Yeah.
I'm with you, though, Chris. I think we need to send a message that says this stuff isn't acceptable. So if we don't go see it, we take our dollars out of the mix and, they suffer.
And this is how they clean up the Wicked.com controversy on the back of their toys. Right?
That's right. I forgot about that.
This is strike two.
So you two would frown on me doing a Wicked movie review when I see it. You two would totally be judging me.
I encourage the review.
Are you the ones that sabotage my camera?
What
Chris,
camera?
he figured us out.
It was so wicked.
You ever see you in Boston?
Yeah.
That's a Wicked.
Yeah, it's Wicked cool guy.
Lord. Wicked cool.
Guy.
Wicked pissa. All right, whatever. Wicked. No, that's a thing that Bostonians say. Wicked pissa.
Yeah, I used to say it unironically.
Would you?
Yeah.
Unironically.
Unironically, yeah.
All right, very good.
Yeah. That's how I was raised.
I just dig.
It all
Dan's,
makes sense now.
I just dig Dan's camera angle.
Yeah.
God, that's
You guys
cool.
really like the camera angle?
Yeah, it looks like behind the scenes.
Dare I say it's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So we started going
the Dan cam.
We started going on yesterday about all things go with Dan. So like, Dantastic, Dantastrophe. Like there's been times I think I've even said to you, he'll say, "How was the show today?" And I said it was Dantastrophe.
And
I've actually said that.
We came up with the best bit. Dan's got to do a bit, and it could be sponsored, but it's going to Dan-splaining.
Dan-splaining. That's right. I got to do Dan-splaining.
And the theme music could be Danima.
Dan, you.
You two don't have to always participate. I'm just kidding. Love you both. Love you both. All right, very good. It is 8:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You guys want to hear my really awesome promo? People are still asking how we did last night on for the Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon. This is the professional promo that I have produced.
So that brings, and as of right now, whatever time it is, our grand total to $258,265.29.
Thanks to you, we hit our goal and then some.
Oh, we exploded through our all-time record, Brian, and we still have an hour to go. How about that?
That's right.
It's Dan Mandis, and by the end of the night, listeners like you donated $288,000. That is a total of 101,000 meals.
All of us at WTN say thank you to all who listened and donated. Nashville's rescue mission, providing more than a meal.
And the only reason I wanted to play that in Chris's presence is because I wanted to acknowledge that while he did not make the promo, his contributions of yesterday's Rescue Mission Radiothon are acknowledged.
Thank you, Dan. Dan walked up and said, "Hey, you didn't make the promo."
Okay. I did. I said to him, "You didn't make the promo." I felt bad. I wanted to.
That's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't care.
You brought cowbell magic.
We brought the magic.
Yeah.
I kept asking for more cowbell.
Yeah.
And by the way, they brought me cowbell, but the engineer who was working the thing wouldn't allow them to give me the cowbell. I don't understand why not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. He probably thought I'd abuse the cowbell privilege.
Looking out for you.
Overbelling it.
I thought Matt Murphy was texting me about the promo that you just played.
Yeah.
But he's actually texting me about Wicked. And he said, Wicked will make $1 billion. They aren't alienating anybody. I disagree.
Me too.
Oh, you got Joan on your case now, Murphy.
That's right.
You wait till I see him.
She'll pull him by his ear.
Yeah.
Come here, boy.
I'm sure Matt
like
is
that.
shaking in his boots right about now.
Yes, he is.
All right, very good. We done? What do you got coming up?
I think we're good. We're going to cover...
Gay chickens? Let's go to the phones.
Gay chickens, robot birds, all the things you love and you've grown accustomed to on the Chris Hands Show. Plus, we'll cover... Axios CEO melting down, Elon Musk, MXNBC, and CNN coping and seething.
Joan, quick, go.
Jack Smith drops his lawfare against Donald Trump, but we'll tell you why some believe he's got something up his sleeve. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
DT McCall's, listen, if you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time to buy one because at DT McCall's, gun safes are sales tax free. So you want to get a gun safe? Maybe you have a 2A supporter in your home and they need a gun safe. Go to DT McCall's. Again, gun safes are sales tax free. Now, they are the largest Liberty gun safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Free delivery, free setup as well. Others going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models. $300 in the smaller models. DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free. Every time, period. No setup charge either. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online. DTMcCalls.com.